Welcome back to Children's Authors Unite Holiday Book Fair. If you didn't see yesterday's show, check it in the replay and let us know you were there. Today, we have a whole new list of children's authors coming to talk to you about children's books and how we support educating and helping children grow their confidence. Today, I first want to introduce Rosemary, my buddy. Isn't she just too cute today in her little elf costume? Rosemary and Jody, the original soldier mom, along with her sister Jennifer. And Jody and Jennifer are going to take that first time slot at 11. So Rosemary and I are going to go backstage and we will see you later.
Thanks, Francine and Rosemary. Always good to see those beautiful faces. And I just love that Rosemary had on an elf costume today.
She's so cute.
Yeah, the two of us also are very merry spirits. We are actually at Tybee Island, which is not our normal home space, at an event that we are both participating in.
Yeah.
Little sister time going on this weekend. But we wanted to come on today and just talk to you about everything that's going on. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jody Martin, and I have written a series that is based on my experience as a soldier and a mom, and they're titled Soldier Mom. And the series really started from my experience and my kids' experience. And so from that very first book, this very first book, as a matter of fact, Soldier Mom, that was written just for my kids, really. And but it inspired the next 3 books and an additional series that we're going to talk about later today. But that's enough about me. I want to just introduce my sister. And just so you know, she's also my editor.
So I'm a homeschool mom. I've been homeschooling for 18 years. We have 2 more years left. And I'm also an English teacher at our homeschool co-op. I teach American literature, British literature, world literature. And at this point, I have done every age and stage of life, because I was also my husband's editor when he was going through his master's program. And I have my CDA in birth through 5 years old. So I run the gamut on all the kids. And I love kids. It's been my passion since I had my first baby a few years ago.
Yeah. 30 years ago. 30.
A few. It's just a few. So when Jody approached me and said, I got to tell you this thing that I've been thinking about doing. I was just flabbergasted and overjoyed that she's finally been able to put this stuff down on paper, because it's been a passion of her heart for several years now, even while she was in the military and deployed. It's hard leaving your babies at any point in time, but when it's to go overseas and to possibly be in harm's way, that's a completely different scenario. And for her family, us and her children stateside, to support her through that was also a different kind of circumstance than most people don't ever have to experience. But I just think that it's a wonderful opportunity for her and for other military families and military mommies and military kids to be able to share with the world their perspective, and to be seen, but also to teach all of us who didn't get to go through that kind of experience how important these stories are for understanding and kindness and compassion to each other.
Right. Thanks, Jen.
Sure.
She's the best. And just so you know I was teasing her about how long ago her first baby was born, but our kids are literally a week apart.
Yeah.
So
not
our first were like within just days of
days
each
of
other. So we both have 30-year-old oldest children.
Yes.
So, but with that said, just a little bit more about me. I am a retired Army colonel.
Mm-hmm.
I spent almost all my years as a reserve officer. However, with, as you know, how long Afghanistan lasted, I spent probably the last 12, 13 years
several
on active
years
duty.
on active duty.
Not to mention deploying at the beginning of the war as well. So
lots of deployments.
Yeah. So when I was not doing that, I was doing education. I was in the classroom. So I was an elementary school teacher. I actually have my master's in elementary education. So these books come at you from a educator standpoint, from a veteran standpoint, from a mom standpoint, all those kinds of things. So you're going to find some really great resources throughout this. These books are meant to spark conversation about certain things. One of the reasons I wrote the first book is when I first deployed in 2004, my kids were not quite 3 and 9. And we lived in a community that had no other military families.
Right.
And so my kids were the only ones that had mom go away for this unknown amount of time.
Right.
And they didn't have anybody to look to. They didn't see anybody in a book that represented what they were going through. So
the kids in their classes didn't get it. They like, where's your mom? Well, my mom's overseas. You know,
she's a soldier. That's what they would say. She's in the army.
And they didn't even understand that mommies could be soldiers.
Yeah. So that mulled around in my head for years, right? That was back in 2004. And so I've always had a passion for writing. And so I've got so many notes and scraps of paper and notebooks and all these kind of things. But this book idea really culminated in a one night, 15-minute quick write on a napkin because it was close by. And it got massaged into Soldier Mom. And I just want to show you some of the beautiful artwork that's in here. My artist, yes, thank you.
I'll do it.
You do it? Thank you. My artist, Dakota, who is also on the cover, you can see his name, did all the artwork, and it's absolutely beautiful. And if you just look at this, it shows moms from all walks of life dealing with all normal things that all moms deal with, right? But we're also somebody who puts on a uniform. Now, I know some people will look at this and go, well, dads deploy too. Absolutely, they do. But women represent less than 20% of the military. So when a mom deploys, it really can disrupt a family.
Absolutely. It affects a family completely different way than when a dad deploys.
And I always give a shout out to my veterans and their service and everything that they're doing. So this one is a really quick read, but it really does have those conversation points in there that your kids can go, hey, mom, I remember when you left, this is how I felt, or mom, we do this sometimes. And it really makes a connection and you get to have conversations. I mean, this is just as easy as she's a quiet mom and you see her doing some meditation.
This is one of my favorite pages.
It's one of mine too. Show it a little closer for those in the military will understand what she's wearing.
She's doing. Yep.
So she's preparing for her physical training, but those of us in the military, we always have to wear a glow belt, right? Even in a combat situation, believe it or not, because they didn't want those of us on base, right? Now you don't wear it off base, obviously, because you don't want to,
draw attention to yourself.
So that is kind of like the running funny line meme about our PT belts. We probably have a dozen at any given time, all different colors, because different commands, different command levels wear different colors. It's it's just a funny thing. That's
kind of an inside joke.
Kind of it is an inside joke.
Yeah.
So those who are military would get that. I didn't need to point it out. It's a nuance that moms would get. Oh,
that her artist picked up on because he is also
a veteran.
So it really, really helps propel the story forward with his experience.
And just so you know, my favorite animal is a flamingo. So in every single one of my stories, there are some flamingos are right out there for you to find, and some are hidden. So
it makes it a little for fun. For
every story has flamingos. So be on the hunt for those too. So we've talked a little bit about Soldier Mom. So our next one, my number 2 book, was Soldier Mom Memorial Day. Now, this one is a little different in the sense that I was inspired actually to write the next couple of books we're talking about from my publisher, because he's like, listen, there's nobody in the space like this that wants to talk about these things that are so near and dear to your heart. And so one of the things I found, because I had heard a poll that was done about, do people in America know the difference between Memorial Day and Veterans Day?
Right.
Two very highly advertised military holidays, right?
We have 3 very patriotic holidays, and everybody knows what July 4th is about, but people are sketchy on, well, what is the difference between Memorial Day and Veterans Day?
And so I first wrote Memorial Day because it came out around Memorial Day. And so the poll, I'm just going to get back to the poll because I forgot to tell you, 28% of Americans can tell you the difference between at that time. And that poll was probably about a year before I did the book.
Right.
So I imagine it hasn't changed much, but part of my educator side wants to say, hey, listen, our new generations needs to understand why these military holidays are important for American life.
And what the difference is.
And what the difference is.
Why
So,
we celebrate these particular days, right?
so what I did in this one, and you can kind of just get a glimpse of it here, on the right-hand side of the page is a story. You could read the story, only the right-hand side pages, and you get a complete story from beginning to end.
Right.
No problem. But what I did is I coupled it with, on the left-hand side of the page are facts that go with the story. So if you want to read the story, great. If you want to read the story in conjunction with the facts, so you can learn a little bit about what is special about Memorial Day. How did it happen? What are the things that we kind of do? This is for you.
Yeah, what is the process of how it became Memorial Day, and what does it stand for? Why is it important
Right.
for us?
And I want to just say that these stories are not about war. They are not.
No.
They are not
No, no.
scary. They are very age appropriate. And
this is more the history, right?
it's
and,
more-
and facts more than
Yeah,
it's
there's
not
there's
scary.
nothing scary
No,
in here.
there's nothing scary.
We don't delve into scary topics, but it still brings up. Listen, I know a lot about Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and when I was doing my research, I learned a few little fun facts. But go to the back so they can see.
Yeah, I think that's one of my most
So within there,
exciting.
with on all of my books, there's vocabulary, and it's highlighted throughout the book.
Okay, so here's the vocabulary
And
page.
then there's a list at the end of all the vocabulary. And then there's always resources, right? And so there are opportunities for you to build homeschool lessons, private public lessons,
teachers, yes.
for teachers, for parents, for grandparents, for anybody who wants to understand and talk to their child about these things when it's appropriate for them to do that. Now,
even in libraries.
the age group, I would say most of these books mostly target is two through fifth grade.
Yeah.
Second through fifth grade.
Second
Through fifth grade. If I could use my words, that would be great. But you could ideally read the story from a kindergarten to a sixth grader.
Right.
And even sixth grade could really use the facts to do a lesson on Memorial Day or a report or anything like that, because there's additional resources that they could go to that I've already found for them that are really kid friendly and very appropriate. Right.
Absolutely.
Because as we all know, we can go Google and we could go down a rabbit hole and you end up nowhere because it's not a really good site.
You waste your time and you don't know if it's true.
And especially for our kids, I don't want to send them down those kind of rabbit holes.
Yeah,
so with that said, my third book,
this one?
No, this one.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if we were staying in the theme.
No, we're going in, and we're going in order. And then I took a break for a minute because I wanted to talk about heroes in general. So I always hear these really great stories about different heroic events, right? We hear the big ones. We hear the absolute big ones. But guess what? Heroes live in our neighborhood. They live on your street. They live in your community. They are in the military. There are police officers, our nurses, our doctors, all that kind of stuff. But this book talks about how you see everyday heroes. It's in big things and it's in little things. So what I want you to see in this book is how I set it up. I set it for those of us who are parents. We understand this. Hold on a second. Don't show it yet.
Okay.
We know that if you're, and I would say it even starts in kindergarten, but definitely in first grade, you always at least have one parent night that you come to school and the kids do something.
Yeah.
Right.
Some kind of presentation.
Program. And that's how I set this up, because I know as a teacher, I would do this as well, at least one night. I mean, one time a year. And it was usually 2, sometimes 3, because, add the holiday in there.
This is actually a really fun spin on that idea.
Yeah. So show them the base picture.
Okay,
and so
this is our first page.
So that is the teacher, Miss McDowell, and these are the parents here for a classroom showcase, if you will.
Yep.
And so what we did is each kid gets up and talks about a hero in their life, right? And every single story in this book is a true story.
Yes.
And they're not all name brand, if you will. Rosa Parks is in there, right? But we have
most of them are not what we would consider famous.
Right. we have a Girl Scout. Look how beautiful this artwork is. Again, same artist.
Dakota did such a great
Absolutely
job
beautiful.
with this book.
And just a simple story of who her hero is and why. And these are real stories, not made up stories. I've either heard them, read about them, or seen them with my own eyeballs, right? And so
And all the kids, each kid in the classroom gets to pick their hero and showcase it to all
the parents, right? And so each kid gets to get up and talk about that. So there is a military person in here.
Mhm.
And it's a real life person, Audie Murphy, if you've heard about him.
Yeah.
He's pretty famous. There is a K9 in there. There's police, K9. And it's not necessarily the police officer K9, it's the trainer of the K9.
Right.
So our heroes come in all shapes and sizes, and there are protectors,
Safety,
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Safety folks.
And go to the back and let's again
Yes.
vocabulary and
The
resources.
I think
wanna-
that's the most exciting thing to me
Yes.
as a teacher is all the resources that are
Yeah.
already included in the
Yeah.
book.
So, and this one I changed it up a little bit. So we do have the vocab page, but every single story has a QR code that you can go and find out more about that real life story.
Hero. Mhm.
Yes. And so I just wanted to let you guys know that's there. So again, an extended learning opportunity
Right.
For the classroom,
Or
for
students or
homeschooling,
homeschool or
for
anybody.
anybody. So therein lies that. Okay. So I know, we're only 15 minutes in. I got lots of time. Woo. So fourth book. So all four of these, while she's getting that out, are on Amazon. I'm just going to say that right now. Also, you can, my links are on at the Holiday Book Fair. That is QR code right up there. So I'll get more to that, but just taking a break, let's do a little commercial break, if you will. You can find me on Amazon, Jody Martin Soldier Mom. It'll pull up all four books. You can find me at my website, jodymartinauthor.com.
Spell her name for that. Here, let me show you how to spell her name because it's not, I don't want to say it's not normal, but it's a little different. Our mom was a very unique person when she decided our names.
Yes.
So J-O-D-I.
That's me, Jodi with an I. I'm on social media as well, Soldier Mom, or you can find me Jody Martin Author as well. So I just wanted to give a shout out, do a little commercial break there. All right. So book number 4 is my latest and greatest. It probably hasn't even been out a month. And of course, when we show it, Veterans Day, you'll understand why it came out in
On
November.
Veterans Day, yep.
So again, very much like it is set up like Memorial Day was, where there is a story on the right-hand side where you could just read the story. You would completely understand Veterans Day a little better. You would be able to read that to your kids, and they would be able to do those questions. So obviously we wanted
They're getting ready for an event, the family.
So in this particular one, it's a family of 3, and mom, who is the soldier in this story, and typically is in all my stories, is getting ready for an event. Actually, the entire family is getting ready for a Veterans Day event. So that's kind of how the story evolves. And then what happens is they take a minute and the daughter starts to read a story about Veterans Day.
And I love how Dakota did this artwork over here. This is absolutely gorgeous, you guys. I don't know if you can see this.
The story is here, right? You can read this, and that's the story. What she's reading in the book is
on that page.
Highlighted over here. Here's the picture from the book, and here's more facts. So we did it in kind of a way that you're looking over her shoulder and you can get more information. So a different point of view. And so
you continued like that throughout the book.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then again, throughout the book, well, show my doggo.
Oh, yes.
Okay. My dog Whiskey, those of you who are on social media know my dog made the book. Look at him. Isn't he adorable? That's Whiskey. And he is my forever battle buddy. So we do a lot of walks together and we hang out together, and he has made my life completely better for being in it. So, and then of course the book ends.
That page makes me cry.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you a little secret here. I'm going to interrupt for a second. So being my editor, she reads my stories before anybody else does, right? But nobody sees them, not even my publisher, until she sees them and that we have come to a common agreement as to which direction I want to take the book in.
Yeah.
And if I can make her cry or go, oh,
Yes.
this is so
That little heart
wonderful.
check.
Then I've done my job.
Yeah.
And so the stories are always heartwarming. They're never scary. We've said this before.
Right.
It's not about war. It is about service.
Right.
This is all about service. This is all about how service makes everybody's life better.
The entire family and the entire community.
Now, are there hard times for the family? Absolutely. I am not saying deployment or long exercise trainings,
Right.
because we have to do those sometimes that last 3, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever, or schoolings that we have to go to that we can't take the family with. These are hard moments. I'm not saying it's not hard, but what I am saying is service makes everything better. It makes America better. It makes your family better. It makes your community better. It just makes the individual better.
It is hard, and you being a sibling of a soldier, when that person's gone, it affects the entire family. But I think because of the mindset that our family has always had, because she's not the first one to be in the military in our family, the sacrifice is worth it, because it's more than just us. It's more than just our family. It's bigger than that. So it helps to remember that it's affecting us personally, but the sacrifice is worth it. As a country.
All right. So show them the back
more
pages.
facts that she's included here.
Yep.
And then the glossary. Is that the glossary, right?
Vocabulary. Yes.
Oh, vocabulary. Sorry.
I don't use those fancy words.
I teach high schoolers now, so.
And then
I'm
again,
looking for your QR code.
yeah, the QR codes
There we
are
go.
there. Yeah. And again, I have found resources that are good resources for the kiddos to get to,
Mhm.
age appropriate, good information. You're not going to
Yeah.
get a bunch of ads
True
or somebody
stuff.
trying to track you or
Yeah.
stuff like that. So I have found some really solid sites for you to use and go to if your kids have questions. Or let's say you're a teacher and you want to do some extended learning activities. Guess what? You could assign these QR codes or whatever the subject is to the kids, because there's so many things to talk about at Veterans Day. So many things.
Absolutely, right.
So many things to talk about with heroes. How many heroes are there? There's so many, right? And they're not the dramatic DC or Marvel comic people.
Yes.
Although I am
we are huge superhero fans.
I love me
in
some
our
Star
family,
Wars.
yes.
I love all of it. But they show us in ways, in dramatic ways, what we should be doing on Earth
Right.
in our earthly ways to be a hero. Yep. And we talk about the different types of heroes: fictional, historical, real life heroes. That's a lot of what we're talking about in the book. Unsung heroes,
Right.
tragic heroes, somebody who may have died for their country
Mhm.
or something to that effect. Romantic heroes, we love those too. And then just the traditional heroes and what that looks like. So we talk about those, but really in that particular book, we talk about the everyday heroes.
Yes.
And that was important to me because you can be a hero at any age,
Right,
right?
right.
Don't we hear stories about a kid calling 911 for his
For
mom?
his parent.
And he's
Mhm.
like 3 or
6 or
5 or
something, yeah.
some ridiculously
Yep.
little person
Yep.
making a big call
Mhm.
to save his mom's life.
Yep.
How incredible is that? And that's the kind of stuff we want to talk about. So I've got a few more minutes here. We're doing good. And I am so excited. I am so excited. I'm making an announcement here. You're
Mhm.
some of the first people to know about this on
Dun,
live.
dun, dun,
I haven't even
dun.
talked about it on social media at all. So you're
no, not yet.
really the
Right.
first people. I have another complete series coming out. It is going to be based on leadership
Mhm.
values. It's going to be a leadership series for kids. And in the Army, I'll back up. We have an acronym that stands for leadership. It's an acronym. It's not all the letters. It's LDRSHIP. And each letter, those 7 letters, stands for a value that we highly believe in: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. Those 7 values are going to be the next 7 books of my next series in
So
leadership.
We're
Doing a
Yes.
series.
It's called the Leadership Series.
The leadership series for kids.
Very
And
exciting.
the first one is going to be dropping, oh my gosh,
Soon. Really
I
soon.
am literally on the
Mhm.
cusp of approving the final draft
Yes.
with the art.
We got
Um,
to see artwork this weekend, and Dakota has outdone himself again. It's wonderful. Yeah.
It is
He's so
amazing.
talented.
And this leadership series is really about, now, again, it's based on Army values, but it's the same values as a human
Yes.
being should be doing in their everyday lives, right?
Absolutely.
So, a lot of people think kids are not leaders. That is not true. That is
true.
not true. As a teacher, you and I both have seen
We have
littles
leaders-
every
leaders
age.
in the classroom.
There
Absolutely.
are always leaders in the classroom.
Absolutely.
Some are loud, some
every-
are quiet.
Yep, every class.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and some lead by example, and they're not up there going, "Hey, you do this." They're not the
No.
bossy, as the kids
No,
call them.
yeah.
So I want to just say that this leadership series is really going to help those kids identify what their superpower is.
Yeah. And I think it's going to help teachers in the classroom when you teach those values to kids. Not saying they don't get that at home, but if they're hearing the same story at home that they are in the classroom, that's going to hit home.
Yeah.
Because I can say something to my kid, but if you say something to my kid, they
It's
remember
the exact same words. And
Yeah.
they're like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Jody said, blah,
Yeah,
blah,
right.
blah.
Like, I've
Isn't
been
that
saying
wonderful?
to you for years. So it just reiterates the same
Yeah.
home training they're getting. Everybody's on the same team, and it makes everybody better.
And what I really like about what we did with this series is, yes, we spelled it out based on how the Army spells it out. It's an easy acronym to
Yeah.
remember for the kids, right?
Be
But,
great to adopt in the
but
classroom.
within those books, we show examples that the kids would see in their daily lives.
Yeah, every single day.
Because as we all know, we have taught character values
Mm-hmm.
in education for a very long time. Some curriculum was better than others, but it's really, these concepts are not touchable. They're not tangible. You can't touch honor,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So
they're abstract.
how
thought.
do you explain that to kiddos, right? To our littles. And so we were very thoughtful in how we showed examples of that and talked about that so that they can start thinking, oh, wait, I saw somebody do that yesterday.
I can do that.
Right. Or I can do
Yeah.
that. And then they'll start recognizing that in themselves and in others. And so I am so excited that this leadership series is coming out, and it's really going to help all of us.
All of us.
And the next generation and
Yeah.
understanding what it means to be a leader. You don't have to be the person. You don't have to be president to be a
Right.
leader.
To be a good leader. Yeah.
You don't have to be a commander of a unit to be a leader.
Right.
You can be a leader by doing your job and taking care of your people and making the right decisions for the right reasons.
Yeah. You can be a leader in your dance class, on your swim team,
Yeah.
with your basketball friends.
Yeah.
Just play
At the
pickup game.
grocery store.
Right. Wherever, with your siblings,
That's right. That's right. So I am so excited about this. The artwork that we saw, the finals yesterday that we both
Very nice.
saw.
Yeah.
Oh, off the
He's done it
chart.
again. Yes.
You are going to love this. So with that said, you can still find me and those books. And they will also be on Amazon when they come out, and they will be out before Christmas, at least Loyalty.
The first one will.
And I would say the first 3 will be out before Christmas,
great.
and then
Okay.
the other ones will be right after that.
Soon.
But you will still be able to find them on Amazon. You will still be able to find them on my website, jodymartinauthor. Good Lord, I can't speak today. .com and additional resources out there on the website. So
out there.
freebies for those teachers. And of course, I'm on social media, IG, Facebook. I'm starting a YouTube channel that's going to have animated shorts. That's also going to be
Woohoo, we're so
available
excited
to
about
your
that.
teachers and parents alike, all
Everywhere.
those.
Mhm.
Yes.
Everybody.
And it's going to be based on the first piece I'm going to be talking about is the leadership series, but that's going to be coming soon. That's in development. And I'm just so excited by all that. But my website and my social media will keep you updated on that throughout that journey.
Yeah. So be sure to follow her and all the things.
Yeah.
So that you get the first knowledge updates.
That's
That'd be
right.
great.
Yeah. And so thank you for joining today. Thank you for supporting small businesses and a veteran author. I really do appreciate it. And hey, if you do purchase my books, which you should,
Yes.
purchase 1, 2, 5, 12. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Please, please, please leave me a review.
Yes, absolutely.
Whether it's on my website or Amazon, wherever. I love getting feedback because that helps me be a better author and understand other points of view as well. So
You've
I love
actually
that.
also, she's gotten some new book ideas from
Absolutely.
feedback from other
Yeah.
customers. And
Yeah.
yeah. And it's great.
Forthcoming could be a Boy Scout, Girl Scout.
Oh,
I'm going to do a July 4th. I'm going to do a deployment one. I mean, all
that
these
would be a
things have
great
come
one.
out from conversations from
Yes.
people just like you.
Yes.
So reach out any way you can. And I love you. Thank you, everyone. I think my time is done here. So I will see you on all the videos.
Yes. Boy,
Merry Christmas.
happy holidays.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. And for anybody who loves some Soldier Mom, I am putting the link to Soldier Mom on YouTube talking to me. We were at the Military Influencers Conference in Atlanta, and we did a podcast episode there. So
We did.
check it out. I'm putting the link to our episode in the comments. Thank you so much, Jody and Jennifer.
Francine.
Love you both.
Bye.
Bye.
And now I am going to, as soon as I find backstage, and now I'm going to invite Michelle out.
Hello. How are you, Francine?
Michelle. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Good to see you.
And will you like to introduce your guest?
I would. This is my special guest, Amelia. She's one of my two daughters. She has a twin, Sarah, who is busily doing homework since it is the weekend and they have exams coming up. But Amelia has graciously offered to help me with my presentation.
That is absolutely awesome. Just let me know when you're ready for me to come back.
Okay.
The virtual mic is yours.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone who's online. I'm super happy to be here. Jody, it was amazing to hear about your book, Soldier Mom. That was really a treat. And Francine, I just wanted to thank you for having me here. I came across this group a couple of months ago when I was scrolling through Facebook looking for other authors who might be on the same journey that I am. And so it was nice to find a group of folks out there who are, doing the same thing that I am. And, they were planning this event. So I decided I would go ahead and jump in. So let me go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Michelle Louise Walters. I am a patent attorney with a master's in chemical engineering. I'm also a registered nurse, and I am now a published author. So I'm a mom of twin girls. Like I mentioned, they're 16 years old, so they are juniors in high school, and they are prepping for college applications and all of that fun stuff. But I am also, as I mentioned, an author. So my very first book is called Santa Skips Christmas. I'm going to give it to Amelia so she can hold it. It is a magical and heartwarming Christmas poem. And it came to me. So in full honesty, when I was in 5th grade, I played Mrs. Claus in a school play. And ever since that moment, I've always wondered, what does Mrs. Claus do while Santa is out delivering the gifts? She's worked hard all year on making these gifts with the elves and with Santa. Does she just relax? Does she darn socks? Does she drink a cup of tea? But I wondered what it was that she did. And I realized that she was the only person really who doesn't get to spend Christmas Eve with Santa. So what if one year she really wanted Santa to spend Christmas Eve with her? And so this is where the book comes in. And it's really a story about what happens when Santa decides to spend Christmas Eve with Mrs. Claus. And that, of course, brings up a problem, because who's going to bring all of the gifts to the girls and boys who are waiting expectantly in their beds, trying to be good and not sneak down and catch Santa coming into the house? So I decided, okay, who would fill that role? And of course, I turned to the elves, and the elves are a bit mischievous. And so Mrs. Claus gets them in on her plan to deliver the gifts. Well, of course, they've never done this before, right? So how are they going to get all of the gifts to the kids? And of course, holiday chaos ensues. They mix up all of the gifts. And in the end, we all have to come together to bring Christmas to the kids. So this is a perfect story for kids up to the age 12. And when I sat down to sort of put pen to paper and write this story, the book started coming out in verse. And so I made it into a Christmas poem. It is rhyming. Again, it's my first book, so I can't claim that it's perfect, but I did have a professional editor who helped me with some of the rhymes. She was amazing. Her name is Bryony, so I have to give a shout out to her. She helped me also with the page plan and the final book design. So she is amazing. And I hired a professional illustrator named Natalie Merheb, and you can find her at nataliemerhebillustrations.com. She is fabulous. As you can see, she made Santa and Mrs. Claus, super fun and spunky with lots of toys, and then the reindeer, carrying them along. So, she just did a fabulous job. And I will show you some of the additional pages. So you can see Mrs. Claus waving to Santa Claus as he heads out. And then you can see the merry little elves at the bottom. And I will read you an excerpt. So this is the very first page of the book. Last Christmas Eve, with his sleigh piled high, Santa set out beneath the starlit sky. With a ho, ho, ho and plenty of cheer, Santa dashed off with his 6 reindeer. He waved to Mrs. Claus with a wink and a smile, then flew through the night, mile after mile. So this is what a normal Christmas Eve would look like before Mrs. Claus decides to ask Santa to spend the night with her, or the evening with her. So this is Mrs. Claus, another excerpt talking to the elves about her great idea. Mrs. Claus awoke with a clever idea. I want Santa to take a break this year. After all, this is the 2000th year that Santa and I have spread our cheer. She called the elves close and said, I really believe Santa and I should be together on Christmas Eve. They looked at each other and they agreed that would give Santa a surprise indeed. Secretly, they worked the whole year through until there was nothing left to do, except put their exciting plan into place. So they hurried to Santa to state their case. So this is how she's convincing the elves that they should help her with her plan. And of course, they go to Santa, and Santa thinks that this is just a crazy plan. How can I possibly do this? Who would bring the gifts to the boys and girls? So these are the elves talking to Santa, and you can see they're piling the gifts into the sleigh. Now Santa, he hemmed and he hawed. I don't know, this plan must be flawed. How can the elves deliver all these toys? This can't be. What about the girls and boys? But the elves proudly stepped up one by one. Dear Santa, we know it can be done. We've studied the routes and we know what to do. We've practiced the journey this whole season through. Elf Harper placed toys in the sleigh for Celeste. A sprinkle of your magic will make us fast. So they are convincing Santa, we can do this. We know how to do this. And then, of course, Santa and Mrs. Claus go off for their evening to have a lovely picnic on a hill back at the manger where Christmas all began. And the elves, but back with the elves, look, they are tumbling this way and that out of the chimney coming into the house. But back with the elves, things were not going right, for Christmas was harder than planned that night. They tripped over chimneys, they toppled the trees, and tumbled and scattered with bumps on their knees. The children half woke when they heard such a clatter, but none of them saw what was really the matter. So it was good. The kids didn't actually see what was going on, but you could see, oh my gosh, my favorite part, the dog and the cat. And on the next page, the cat is, of course, in the tree. And you can see the little foot of the elf going back up the chimney. So, and then, of course, the gifts are all mixed up. So what do the parents do? They come out to the square around the Christmas tree because they got gifts for kids that were not theirs. So they gathered the presents and met in the square and sorted the gifts to see which ones went where. Let's find out who these toys belong to, said one, and soon all the parents had joined in the fun. They formed a big circle with laughter and cheer, sharing stories of gifts as they passed them near. This is for Aaron. It's his favorite game. This is for Sophia. Look, here's her name. And so the parents come together in the end, but there is a nice little twist at the very, very back where we know that Santa is real. And Santa is saying, shh, let the parents think that they're bringing Christmas, because we all know that I, Santa, am the one who brings Christmas. So that is just a little taste of my book. I will give that back to Amelia. I think that it is a Christmas book that can stand the ages, right? It's a book that can be read to very little kids, who still believe in Santa, because Santa is very much still a part of this story and still is very much the one who brings the gifts. But it also explains why our parents get involved. And so I think it's appropriate for older kids too, who, know that it's a group effort when it comes to bringing Christmas. And I think that's really what the book is about, that we come together as a community to bring Christmas and make Christmas special. And even so, our traditions change and the people around our tree might change. It is really the magic of the season that is important. So this is my only book. I'm a debut author. It's my very first book. If you are interested in buying it, and I hope you do, it is available on Amazon.com. It's also available at IngramSpark.com. A little bit of discount at Ingram Spark. You also can follow me. I'm on Instagram at Michelle Louise Walters. I am on Facebook, Michelle Louise Author. And I will have my lovely assistant put my website in the chat. It is michellelouise.com. My mom is German, and so she spelled it what she says the French way. So it does not have an O in it. The spelling is a little bit unusual, but Amelia will pop that into the chat. And then I just wanted to talk a little bit about what's coming next for me. I am very excited. I have several books lined up. I find that when I'm traveling, when I'm riding my bike, even sometimes when I'm sleeping, I have these ideas that come to me, and I write them down. I wake up and I think, oh my gosh, I need to write that down. That's a great story. So my next book actually did come to me in a dream. It's a book about a little boy named Felix, and he lives with his mother next to the sea. And they walk along the sea every day. And one day he slips into the sea and becomes a baby shark. And his mother is distraught. She doesn't know what's happened to him, but she realizes that this little baby shark is her son, Felix. And so they meet every morning at the seaside and they talk. But there are lots of other sharks in the sea, and they're big and they're scary, and they chase Felix, and one day Felix disappears. Well, the mother comes down every morning still looking for him, and years go by and he returns with his family. He has gone off and adventured all over the ocean and come back to let his mother know that he is okay, and that the sharks that were chasing him were not big scary sharks, but they were fun loving sharks, and they went on all these adventures, and eventually the mom is able to join them as well. So that is my next book that's coming. My book after that is about a spunky young squirrel named Shauna, who goes off an adventure looking for hazelnut cupcakes. She's from Puerto Rico, so she goes on quite an adventure to get to Florida, and then eventually up to New York City, where she encounters some Christmas pigeons. And then she finds out that the Christmas squirrels are not in New York City, so she has to adventure over to Chicago. And that's where she ends up, where she learns that she's not, in fact, a squirrel. But in this most magical time of the year, you can be whatever it is that you want to be. So it's a story about inclusion and belonging and, finding out who you are and who you want to be, because who you were born as is not always who you are meant to be. So that is my next story that is coming up. That one got its inspiration from an Advent calendar. We get our Advent calendars at Trader Joe's, and Trader Joe's decided to put not only a chocolate wreath and a chocolate tree and a chocolate bell, but a chocolate squirrel in their Advent calendar. And because I didn't know any stories about Christmas squirrels, I decided that we would go ahead and write one. So I got together with my daughters and we started just spitballing ideas. And I will say that my daughters are largely my inspiration for my books. And just started spitballing ideas and, what would a Christmas squirrel convention look like, and how could we make that happen? So that is, those are my books that are coming along. I'm hoping that The Boy in the Sea will be ready next year. And then Shauna the Christmas Squirrel, maybe the year after that. I also have a book about the moon, and Shauna the Christmas Squirrel there will be additional characters. And so eventually those characters will have their own books. So it's meant to be part of a series. So I feel like I am just getting started and, going through the process of learning how to get my own website and, find a page planner and, find an illustrator. It has been a journey, and there have been so many people who have helped me along the way that, I just can't thank them enough. Especially, Bryony, my page planner, and Natalie Merheb, my illustrator. I went through Art Advocates to find my illustrator, where you can go through and look at different portfolios. So I want to give them a shout out too. So yeah, are there any questions? I'm happy to answer questions. If folks, buy my book, I'm, would be thrilled to receive a review. Francine, are you seeing any questions for me?
I don't, but I do have a question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I am intrigued by this squirrel party because I have a bunch of squirrels in my first book. Can you tell me what do your squirrels do during the party?
So not only in this advent calendar were there chocolate squirrels, there were chocolate cupcakes. And because there was no reason, we don't normally have cupcakes for Christmas, but I decided that this squirrel was going to be obsessed with hazelnut cupcakes. And so that is what really draws her to this party of Christmas squirrels. So they eat cupcakes. That is kind of their big activity. And then, they're out in a park next to Lake Michigan. And so Shauna gets flown in by hawks. Again, we're going outside of the regular reindeer theme here. So instead of reindeer, she gets flown in on red-tailed hawks. And so she lands there, and there's a coordinator who looks at her and says, "Oh, well, you're from Puerto Rico." And Shauna says, "Yes, I am. The island, blue water, white sand." And the organizer says, "But there aren't any squirrels in Puerto Rico." And she says, "There aren't? So then what am I?" And so they go through the process of trying to figure out what it is that she is. And in the end, the organizer named Amanda says, "You know what? It doesn't matter about who you are. It matters about who you want to be." And so Shauna gets to be a Christmas squirrel. Yes, exactly. Like her dream comes true.
I love that.
Yes.
So your squirrels make a mess, and in my book, my squirrels clean up a mess.
Okay. Yep. Absolutely.
Their tails are like dusters.
Absolutely. Oh, that is sweet. That is very, very sweet.
Okay, Lake Michigan. Are you up north?
I'm not. I'm actually in Virginia. So,
okay.
But I have friends and family in Michigan, and I have friends and family from Puerto Rico. So I kind of wanted to do. Puerto Rico doesn't get represented quite as much as some of the other parts of the U.S. And so the book also has a little bit of Spanish language where she's, she says, "Donde está el barco?" And so my daughters went to a Spanish immersion school. So there weren't too many books that had both Spanish and English. And so I wanted to wrap a little bit of English in and, make it a little bit funny where she speaks to someone in English and then thinks they don't understand. So she speaks to them in Spanish. And they still don't listen to her.
How cute.
Yeah, but it makes it fun. And some of my later books that, again, they haven't really been fleshed out yet. I want to lean into the Spanish English part of it and have definitions, because when my daughter started kindergarten, I didn't speak a word of Spanish. Hola, ¿cómo estás? That was basically it. And so I looked for books that had both English and Spanish, so I could learn some, they could learn some. And I eventually took classes and learned how to speak Spanish. So I'm fairly proficient at this point. But as a mom looking for books that had both, I didn't find too many. So that is another aspect that I'm going to be leaning into as I get into my Princess in the Castle stories.
And I could imagine too that if you're trying to learn Spanish, that could even help you there. So
Right.
either, or what I mean, if somebody's trying to learn English as a second language,
Right,
that can help too.
exactly. And I just connected with a woman who does English to Spanish translations, and so she's going to start translating some of my books so I can have a Spanish version of them as well. Santa might be a little hard because it rhymes. I'm not sure how that process will go, but the other books, you know, because they're in prose, they're not rhyming. That should be a little bit easier. But it'll be fun to see my books in Spanish as well.
Oh yeah, and there's a big market for books in Spanish.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So,
well, is there any last thing you want to give the audience?
So I just want to give a shout out for my website, michellelouise.com. Were you able to get it into? Okay, I will put it in the link as soon as I am done here. michellelouise.com. From there, you can find all kinds of links to my books on Amazon, Ingram Spark. You can find all of my social media presence. I write a lot about my writing process on there. So I have a blog where you can go through and see the things that I've done. I put reviews of my books up there. I've been incredibly blessed to have really positive feedback, from my reviewers on Goodreads as well. And so, yeah, I just want to thank everyone who's taken the time to read my book and, hear about my story. And, I look forward to working with you more, Francine.
Thank you. And to make it easy for everybody, if you want to connect with Michelle's website, scan the code. Scan this QR code right here. Go to our website, scroll down and find Michelle, and you could go to her page and find everything about her books and her website.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate being here, Francine. It means a lot to me.
Thank you very much. I'm going to let you go backstage now. And we have another children's author who couldn't be here today because he's out at some cool Christmas event. But let me just play Mark McGraw's video for you. Hi, Mark.
Hi, my name is Mark McGraw. I'm an Oklahoma children's book author and Air Force veteran. I'm the author of 12 books and also have published in 3 anthologies. I started writing in 2020 with military dependent books, started out called Did You Come Home for Lunch? And then I didn't realize that I would have other books. And I had all these stories in my head. And I think everybody has a story in their head. I've had potential authors come up to me in the past, in the last couple of years. And they have these stories, but they just never published their book. And I'm like, why don't you publish it? You have some amazing stories. So it's just getting started is always the challenge. I'm a former educator. I've been involved with education. You can find more about my bio on www.childrensauthorsunite.com. You can also find other bios and other amazing authors that are on this site as well. My biggest mission in life for being a children's book author is to make a difference in the lives of children. Number 2 is to increase literacy, learning, and legacy. Those are so important to me. So, having that passion and purpose is so important. You're going to find some amazing sales going on www.childrensauthorsunite.com. And I think you're really going to enjoy it. Some of the books that you'll get to see that I have out there, one of them is called Nikolai Pikolai. It's just a fun book. It was actually in the top 10 bestseller in March of 2024 in Oklahoma, as reported by independent bookstores to Tulsa World. And it was just a lot of fun. It's written by a 10-year-old and myself. And we just really enjoyed collaborating together on this book. It's actually been on TikTok. Ursula is one of the ladies' name that read it on TikTok, and I believe she was also in a movie as well. And so this book is really, really being very successful, and the kids really enjoy it. It's not really a hard chapter book or anything like that. It's a really, really easy chapter book. It's just a lot of fun. I encourage you to pick this book up. And one of the other books that I have one of the many that's out there is called It Happens, about how children have accidents and those kind of things happen all the time, and how adults deal with it and how children deal with it. I think you're going to love it. It does have a literary element of repetition in there. I try really hard to ensure that I have literary elements in the book, and so I encourage you to pick up your copy. What a great thing to have before Christmas is to be able to have some books for literacy. And yes, children get all kinds of different things, but what a great way to increase their literacy. Literacy is so important to me. I think we're doing better in some respects, but we also have a lot more work to do. Encouraging the children to read and being able to sit at home with them, reading with them, and getting them to the libraries and those kind of things. What better way to increase literacy than to have those kind of things happen? So again, check out the authors that are on children'sauthorsunite.com. And you'll find that it's going to be an amazing time. There's a sale going on December 6th and 7th. You'll see a lot of the interviews out there, a lot of bios, and I hope that you enjoy this part of the event and increase the literacy of our children. Thank you.
Well, that was Mark McGraw. Coming on next will be Mark Parole. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing his name right. He's shaking his head no. I'll bring him out in a minute or two to pronounce his name properly. But I just want to tell you again, scan this code, go to our website. There are so many great opportunities to put books into children's hands. We have 18 authors highlighted who all have a book, 2, 3, or like Mark McGraw, like 15. There are so many things to see, so many great ideas to learn from these children's authors. So please visit our website, check out what we have to author. Check out what we have to author. Check out what we have to offer. But most importantly, a public service announcement for all authors. We love review. So if you see something you like here today, please, if nothing else, buy the Kindle version for 99 cents if it's there and leave a review. You don't know how much reviews mean to authors. And with that, I am going to bring out Mark and Justine. Hi. Okay, Mark, tell me how to pronounce your name properly. I cannot hear you.
Okay, we are both Perlo, and Justine Perlo is my cousin, and we live on opposite ends of the country.
Hello, Justine. So I know you collaborated on this book. So before I go backstage, I'm just going to put that out there to get you started. How did you come to collaborate on this book? Next 30 minutes are yours.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Francine. We're so glad to be here and share Milo's superpower with all our visitors. It turns out that back in 2020, I retired after 30 some odd years as a fertility specialist. And back then I wrote a book and I retired, moved out to California. And the greatest pleasure of retiring was being able to spend time with my grandkids and read to them at night. And the experience was just so wonderful. I realized that both the grandkids were very different on how they approached life. And it came up that the story of their differences and how they got along and how they changed over the years was worthy of a story and sharing that with other people. So that's how I got involved. But I knew nothing about children's books. I I realized that things had changed from back when I was a parent, and I needed some more current information. And Justine, my cousin, is a second grade teacher, and we decided we'd work together. Justine.
So one day Mark sent me the script for this book, and I said, wow, this sounds great. I decided to read it to my second graders. This was the very first rough draft. All it was a piece of paper, no illustrations, and they loved it. They were so engaged. They connected with both of the characters. They really, really enjoyed it. Again, even though there was no illustrations or anything, this was the very first draft. So once I read it to them and we got lots of positive reviews from 7 and 8-year-olds, I knew that this was going to be a great book and that we should move forward with this idea, and that it was a really important message to send. And the important message in this story is that all kids have a superpower, not even just being fast and strong, that your superpower can be within you. So it can be like your kindness or being a good friend or being empathetic. And in this story, Milo's superpower, we learn how Milo has the power of a smile and how he uses that to help others around him. So I'm going to read to you our story. This is called Milo's superpower.
Justine, when you read, you need to go down and hit the mirror button on the bottom next to the camera, the down arrow, because your book is backwards.
Better?
No, it didn't flip. Do you see a toggle that says mirror with the down arrow?
No, I just see FaceTime HD camera.
Okay.
Settings. Video.
Well, let's not worry about that. We can.
Oh, here we go. Here
get
we
it. Good. Great.
Better?
There we go. That's perfect.
Okay. All right. So
let's, Francine, do you have the picture of Rocky and Hugo that we wanted to share?
I did not receive it.
Oh, I emailed that to you. So you might look, and if we get that, we can post that for people to see as well. But this all got started one day when the two brothers were visiting us, and the one brother was, as kids do, was having a grumpy day, and the other one was sitting there just feeling that the squeaky wheel got the grease and he was invisible. No one saw him or cared about his situation. So I quickly went over to him and pulled him aside and said, Rocky, you know, your smile is your superpower. You are able to just change the mood, change the situation, and spread joy and kindness by smiling and making other people laugh. I explained that was something that he would be able to carry with him for the rest of his life. And again, you didn't need to jump from tall buildings and fly faster than a speeding bullet. Making someone smile and laugh is just an incredible skill. And he took off with it. He enjoyed telling people about how he had a superpower and how beneficial that would be. One more story about this was that he came over to visit us and brought his Roomba vacuum along. And I asked, why did you bring a vacuum when you're coming to visit Grandma and May? And he said, she'd be lonely if I left her at home. So he ran to the bedroom, put it down on the floor next to our Roomba vacuum, turned them both on, and he said, look, Grandpa, they're dancing. That's Rocky. And to protect the innocents, it's changed to Milo and older brother Oliver. And it's exciting. Justine, when you read this book to the people in your class, to the kids, did any of them ask or tell you about their superpowers or
Um,
someone they knew had superpowers?
Yeah, so I had a whole conversation with them afterwards about talking about superpowers and, that it's not just a physical superpower. And some of them said like being a good friend and being kind, and like helping my mom do the dishes. So I think those are all great superpowers to have. And that, again, like the superpower is something that carries throughout your whole life. And for example, being helpful, you can use that anywhere you go.
So I found that interesting. We looked at all the different superpowers and talked to um, Rocky and Hugo about this, and they shared their ideas of what superpowers might be. And on our website, we have a link to coloring pages for each of the different superpowers that kids have talked about. So that's fun. It's not just the book that you get, but on our website, milosuperpower.com. You don't need the apostrophe in the web address. You can find discussion questions, and you can also find classroom activities. And do you want to tell us a little bit about those, Justine?
Yeah, so I put together some classroom activities. I'm going to share my favorite one that I actually just did with my students recently. It's called the Smile Experiment, and it's very simple. All you do is smile. And that taught the kids that really all you need is a smile. And even if you're having a bad day and you smile at yourself in the mirror, like you'll instantly feel better, even just for a little bit. And how just the act of smiling at someone, like walking through the hallway, or if somebody like holds open the door for you, saying thank you and smiling, like that really can change somebody's day. And especially like you don't know what other people are going through, and like a smile might really be their bright patch of their day and stick with them forever. I've seen so many acts of kindness in my classroom, and I've talked to other people when talking about their experiences, like when they were little, and they always recount the acts of kindness that other kids or teachers or other adults have shown them. So kindness really, really sticks and is really impactful.
One of the things, Justine, that I thought in getting into this is an important message that in writing a book, we're going to teach our kids. But as a teacher, I'm sure you learned a long time ago that it's not just us teaching them, that sharing this experience with the grandkids really has taught me a lot in how they see their world.
Absolutely.
I think that's an important part of a children's book, is to help us better understand their world.
Definitely. And I love how in our story, usually you see the older kid helping the younger kid. But in this story, it's the little one helping the older one. So it really goes to show it doesn't matter your age. You can always help others and make people's day brighter.
That's great. In doing this, we wanted to have illustrations, and we went through and worked on the story and got feedback from the kids. Can you speak to how they were involved in the process of going from just having words to having a book?
So after I read this to my students, I all gave them a piece of paper. I had the title on the top. We actually had a different name for Milo in the beginning, so we've gone through a few different versions. And they all drew pictures. So one that stands out to me, unfortunately, I don't have it with me, but one that stands out to me is the scene of Milo at the playground, and he's going down the slide, and then he falls in a mud puddle, and he gets embarrassed and sad and grumpy. And then Milo comes over and says, like, hey, that was so cool. You're like a muddy superhero. So a lot of my kids drew that picture. I think that stood out to them, especially because that's something that they can relate to. They've all fallen on the playground, gotten hurt, or just been embarrassed. And there's always kids that come to their aid and help them. I think one of the biggest acts of kindness I've seen in my classroom is when a kid falls or gets hurt, there's always another kid that goes right to their side. They like put their arm around them and they come walk to me and say like, oh, can I take so-and-so to the nurse? And it really just warms my heart seeing them look out for each other. And so that was one of the illustrations that stuck out to me and clearly also stuck out to my students.
So again, we were both had never written a book. I wrote one about infertility 35 years ago. And what was exciting to me since this book has come out is that many of the people who are trying to build their families are now grandparents, and they're looking for Christmas books or Christmas gifts for their grandkids. And we can help them once again with Milo's Superpower. But you had these drawings from the kids. How did we go from sketches to having a book with pictures and illustrations?
So it's actually really super exciting what we did. So actually the art teacher that works at my school illustrated our book, so it's even more special because it kind of ties in my school too and my cousins who I love. And we kind of showed her some of the illustrations the kids did. We asked her input. We had a few visions in mind. So all of that. And she showed us a few sketches. We loved it. As you can see, the pictures are just very vivid, lots of great colors. So they'll really like entice kids, especially with the purple cover. They'll definitely want to pick it up for sure. And the sparkles. So she really did a great job with these illustrations.
I think Milo's Superpower is a great book to read aloud to kids, but kids can also read this. And when you were out here in California visiting, we went to a bookstore to do a reading. And can you share what happened with our grandkids at that event?
Yes. So the older one, who is Oliver in the story, he is an incredible reader. So I read the story to a few kids. And after he sat and watched me read it, he was like, "Oh my God, Justine, will you come around the bookstore and help me find kids? Like, I want to read to them." And I was like, "Of course." So we found a few kids, gathered them, and he read to them, and it was so special. He really connected with the story. Like the first, when Oliver is introduced, he was like, "Hey, like that's me." So that was really special for me to see how much he connected with the story, how much he loved it. Even one of the little girls who was listening came up and she was like, "Wow, like he's a really good reader." So seeing that was really special.
And I think I had a similar experience, not with the reading, but when we took this book to Rocky's preschool and read it there, all the kids were interested in talking about their superpowers, and he wanted to take charge of the event. And it was interesting because reading the book, if you're just reading it through, easily 4 to 5 minutes. If you're with a group of kids and you're reading it, it can be 45 minutes because they get involved, and there's so many places where they can enter the story and identify with the characters or the situations that are described.
Yeah.
So reading to kids, reading aloud, sharing a story is an important way of building bonds and maybe getting them away from screens for a little bit, which we'd all like to do. But can you talk about how, since the book came out, we've used screens to bring people closer?
That is funny. Yes. So we've collaborated on this book, obviously through FaceTime, since I'm in Connecticut and Mark's in California. But we'd actually already had kind of like a FaceTime routine going where I would talk to Milo and Oliver like about once a week. And I really, really loved connecting with them. And I just built such a relationship over FaceTime, which is just so special. And so when Mark brought this book idea to me, we're already in the rhythm of FaceTiming. So we FaceTimed quite a lot, many, many hours to make this book come true. But it was really great. And with technology, with Google Drive and Canva, we were really able to collaborate even at the same time, which is really, really cool, and it made making a book from 3,000 miles away easier.
That's great. When you were doing this is obviously your first book and my first time in the kids space. What was the most challenging part of the process, and how did other people react to you when you said, "Hey, I'm writing a book"?
So I think the most challenging part for me was, I feel like what we spent the most time on was, once we had the story, kind of piecing it together and making sure the order was right and making sure the illustrations matched the text. I feel like, to me, that was the hardest part. What about you? What did you think was the biggest challenge in writing the story?
Well, I think the biggest challenge, well, there were two challenges for me. One is the challenge that this loosely follows two real children, and they have parents, and we wanted to tell a story that everybody was comfortable with and enjoyed and wasn't going to become stressful for anybody involved. And it doesn't. I think the characters, they respond to each other. They learn to be close. And Rocky and Hugo look after each other. We pick them up after school and they run to each other and hug. And that's the kind of thing that, when you can diffuse conflict with a smile and with laughter and with silliness, when you can turn the conflict into a game, you can deflect that and build closer relationships. So that was one thing, is to fit into existing family structure. The other was really marketing the book. This really is the best children's book for holiday gifts this year. So we are excited about that. Now the only thing is letting people know. And we're excited to participate in the holiday book fair. And you can use the QR code or visit Children's Author Unite, children'sauthorsunite.com, to learn more about each of the authors who are presenting here. And we are kind of excited about being part of that. But as hard as it was getting this story out there and getting it on the page, it's equally hard getting it into people's hands. And that's a challenge that we're glad to have this tool to share.
Yes, and you can find us on Instagram at Milo's Superpower, 2 S's, Milo's S and then Superpower, as well as YouTube and TikTok and Facebook, all the social medias.
Yeah, we all over there. You'll find all kinds of stuff, and that's fun because we go back and forth between Justine posting information for teachers and parents on the effect of reading, and I'll just try to do something I think is silly or catch attention. So we can work together and come up with great ideas, hopefully. Mm-hmm. And hopefully you'll enjoy both seeing the information we have on the website and on social media and in the book. Do you want to share from the book now?
Sure. So I can read the book. Sorry, it's mirrored, so it's getting me a little confused. But anyway, so this story is called Milo's Superpower. And here is the whole family. Illustrated by Debbie Nolasco. And written by us, of course. So we have a dedication that is something very special that Mark wrote, and I will get to the story. Milo was a little boy with a big smile and an even bigger heart. At just 4 years old, he had a gift that no one else in his family seemed to have: his superpower. His grandpa called it the power of joy. Milo didn't quite understand what that meant, but every time he smiled or made someone laugh, the world around him seemed to light up. Milo had an older brother named Oliver. Oliver was 7 and very clever. Like most kids, he often got frustrated when things didn't go his way. And I just want to stop and say, this page, all my students were like, "This is me!" They related a lot to that, especially because they're 7 years old. When Oliver got upset, he would stomp his feet or cross his arms and demand attention. And usually, he got it. Milo didn't mind too much. He loved Oliver and wanted him to be happy, but sometimes Milo felt invisible. One sunny afternoon, Grandpa took the boys to the park. While Oliver was busy climbing the tallest slide, Milo sat on the bench with Grandpa. "Grandpa," Milo said softly, "why does Oliver always get all the attention?" Grandpa smiled and put an arm around Milo. "Well, Oliver has a strong personality, but you, my boy, have something truly special." Milo tilted his head. "What's that?" "Your smile," Grandpa said. "It's your superpower. When you smile or make someone laugh, you spread happiness. That's a gift not everyone has." Milo thought about this as they walked over to the swings. He decided to test out his superpower. Oliver was at the top of the slide when he shouted down, "Milo, watch me! I'm going to jump off!" But as Oliver leapt, he landed in a pile of mud with a loud splat. His face turned red as other kids giggled. He felt embarrassed. So again, I think we added a lot of real life situations, and I think that helps children relate more to the story. Like, this is something that is very relatable to all kids everywhere. Milo ran over to Oliver and gave him the biggest grin. "That was an awesome landing. You're like a superhero who fell into his secret hideout." Oliver blinked and then burst out laughing. "A muddy superhero?" "Yup," Milo said with a giggle. Soon, even Grandpa was laughing. Later that day, back at home, Oliver got upset again when their mom said it was time to turn off the TV. He crossed his arms and sulked. And again, my students related to that page too. Milo walked up to him and whispered, "Hey, Oliver, what if we pretend we're pirates and the TV is our treasure chest? We could guard it until tomorrow." So we see a lot of Milo kind of shifting perspective and looking at things from a new angle, which is really an important skill to have for children and adults alike. Oliver tried to keep frowning but couldn't help smiling at Milo's silly idea. "Okay," he said with a small laugh. From that day on, Milo used his superpower whenever he could, whether it was helping Oliver calm down or making their parents laugh after a long day. Milo discovered that spreading joy made him feel just as special as any superhero. And Grandpa was right. Milo's superpower didn't just make others happy, it made him happy too. And here is one of my favorite parts of this book. All of us as kids. And here is Rocky and Hugo, the real children that the story is based off of.
Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
I think it's just a joy when Rocky shares his feelings about the book and excitement, and Hugo looks bigger and sees the whole process and is proud to share this. We went to the Los Angeles children's book fair, and he took over and was sharing the story with the kids, handing out the coloring pages, and we had a spinning wheel that the kids could spin to figure out what their superpower was. And then they would start talking about that. And I think that's an important thing, because after we had shown Rocky the book and read it to him, one day we went to one of the parks and he was playing with a group of kids and comes running over to Grandma and me and says, "Grandpa, you know, that boy over there doesn't have a superpower." And it offered the opportunity to let him know that Superman had amazing superpowers, but for the rest of the world, he was just Clark Kent. He wanted to keep his secret, his superpowers secret. And we explained to Rocky that not everybody wants to share their superpower, and it might be a secret. Or maybe this young boy hasn't discovered yet what his superpower is. So he ran off and started playing again, with the idea that everybody has a superpower, and no matter your age, no matter what skills you possess, there's always someone somewhere who you can help. And that's an important message that I think this book leaves for both the kids and the adults. The kids learn that they are unique, and teaches us adults, as well as teaching the kids, important lessons for everyday life. Justine, you're in the classroom every day, and I'm in California. And how do you see things differently from the standpoint of this work being shared in a classroom or sharing it with my grandkids, an audience of two?
So I think reading aloud, obviously, to 25 children is different than reading to two. But I think no matter what, it's a special shared experience. And so I read aloud lots of books to my students. And usually at the end of the year, I ask them which books they remember. And I'm surprised about the books that they remember, even the ones we've read in the beginning of the year. Even some students who come back years later and say, "Oh my gosh, you're reading that book. That was one of my favorites." So I think books are really just a great way to connect with kids, if it's 2, if it's 20. And I think it's just special to share the message with them, even like laugh with them. I really love laughing with my students. So just having that shared experience is really important.
So this is the holiday season's coming up, and we hope that people will look at Milo's superpower either on our website or social media, or at children'sauthorsunite.com. But when someone gets this book as a gift, what are they really giving to their children?
I mean, I think they're giving just, again, a gift of a shared experience, and, teaching kids that no matter what, you are unique. There is something inside of you that makes you special, something you can use to help others, and that all kids have that within them. Sometimes it just takes a little more effort to find it, but it's there. All kids are unique.
Thank you for joining me on this, Justine. I think we'll turn back to Francine now and see if she has any more comments.
I just want to say I love that last thing you said, that it's the gift of a shared experience. That I think that's the power of books, is that parents can learn so much from their kids when they read together. And I have my book bundle out now with a activity pack that, the kids could go sit quietly together and do it, but isn't it much more enriching if they do it together as a family and share the experience together? And I have one question for you as we wrap up. Justine, for the parents out there do you find that your students who have involved parents get better grades and better attitude?
That's a challenging question to share or to answer. But I do think that parents that are involved and read to their kids, just their kids are exposed to more things at home.
Great answer. Exposed to more things at home.
And more
Meaning-
words too.
Yeah, meaning that you can't rely or you can't leave it all to the teachers. Some of it has to come from home.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
that is what reading with your child does.
Yes, it's very important for so many reasons.
So please, if you're watching this, I can't reach it from my screens now. There we go. The QR code, scan it, check out our website, get Milo's books, and stay tuned for the rest of the story because we've got some more authors coming up. Thank you so much, Mark and Justine.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to invite you to go backstage so I could bring Kenya out. All right, Kenya. Okay, everybody out there who might be watching right now, Kenya was having some technical difficulties. So Kenya, can you speak to us?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
And I can hear you, so we don't have to do the whole
Yes.
interview.
We got a plan B. We don't need plan B. Yay.
Yay, yay.
All right. I am so happy you could be here.
Thank
And do you know, with all of that plan B stuff, I forgot to pull out the questions. So first, while I'm getting your questions out, can you just introduce yourself to the audience, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful that Children's Book Authors Unite, we decided to do this as a collaborative group. That's so amazing. I've been listening to everybody's books and everything and their stories. It's always inspiring to just know how we ended up at our journey. So my name is Kenya Harper, and I am the owner of Kenya's Amora LLC. So my books are sold online, and I'm a mother. And I used to be a Head Start assistant teacher. So I love the little kids. Some people like the teenagers in the middle school, but I love little kids because they want to talk to you all the time and they want to learn everything and they want to be helpful. And I really love that. And they will always just surprise me with who they could be. So, I work for a nonprofit that helps children that have disabilities. So we help their families that have children with disabilities. So my whole life has just always been centered around children. And so for me to be a children's author is really an honor.
So I guess you just told us what inspired you, or was there more to the story of why you wanted to write books?
Yeah, it's really more to the story. That even what I just said was kind of happened later. But what first inspired me is my daughter. This is my first book, How to Your Love Yourself, for my daughter. And my daughter was the one inspiring me because originally I didn't want to be an author. I didn't even think about being an author. She kept, I would always talk to her about loving herself and taking care of her body and different things. And then she said, well, you always say love yourself. Well, what does that mean? Like, how do you love yourself? And so I kept giving her these great explanations and she will always forget because she was only 5. So I said, you know what? Why don't we, I'm we're going to write a story and then we can read it as often as you like. And we can talk about all the things that you do to show how you love yourself. That way you can remember it and everything. And so we did that. And she loved the story. We got back then it was in 2004. We got some clip art off the computer and put the book together and did all these things. And then she asked, could I go read it to her class? I was like, yeah, sure. So I asked her teacher. She said, no problem. In the book, as you can see in this book, she's meditating. So in class, that's what they would do. They would sit and meditate. The teacher would talk about them doing yoga and eating right, drinking water, learning about their ancestors. So that's what I wrote the book about. Like I told her, these are the things that you're already doing to show that you love in yourself. You take care of your mind, your body, and your spirit, because we talked about that a lot. And so she was the inspiration. So afterwards, her principal was standing behind me, and he came, he said, that was a great story. I would love to publish that story. I was like, oh no, I'm just a mom. Like I'm not an author. I don't write. And I literally just made that story up to her. Like, I don't sit around writing stories and things like that. And he was like, think about it. I really would like to, publish that story. It's really inspiring. So I went and talked to my mother and my best friend. They were like, are you crazy? If somebody want to publish your story, you should let them. So I was like, okay. So so back in 2004, it took 2 years for the book to come out. And when it came out, it did really well. My first book signing had 70 people that attended. And so that was really great. But as I started to really learn about the book business, it kind of scared me, because I was like, oh, wow, it's more to it. It's a lot to it than just writing a story and getting the book published. I didn't really know about the marketing. It kind of like freaked me out. So and everybody kept saying, when are you going to write another book? And I'm like, another book? I ain't mean to write the first one, But I will always talk to my daughter about different things. So I started writing stories, like kind of like I've heard other artists say, you write what you know. And like I say, the first book was about her and the things that she did. So I would started writing books about what I wanted to teach her, how I wanted to explain things to her. So that's what inspired me. My daughter inspired me. I did another book called All Boys and Girls Can Grow Up to Be Healers. And that talks about being kind and helpful, how that's healing to the world. Because I wanted to talk to her about just kind of what Marketing just was talking about, just acts of kindness and how that's just passing it forward. That energy, you smile at somebody, you could have made their day, and then they go and smile at somebody and pass that along, and how that's very healing to you, because you get to do acts of kindness, and then you inspire others to do acts of kindness. And so after that, I said, okay, God, I did 2 books and that's it, because it was, like I said, I was really freaked out. So for 20 years, I didn't write. I didn't do anything. So in 2023, it kept coming up again. People will walk up to me off the street and say, didn't you write that book, How Tuya Loves Herself? Like, I still have that book. My daughter used to read it, and I read it to my grandchildren. Like, we still love it. And so it just kept coming up. And I was like, okay, God, I keep asking you, what am I supposed to do? So you keep trying to show me. I'm trying to show you, but you're too afraid. And so I'm finally ready. 23 years later, I'm in a space where I can handle all the marketing and all the things and all that. And I miss reading to the children. Back then I used to go to Head Starts. I would read at like the African American Museum. I live in Redford, Michigan, right next to Detroit. I was born and raised in Detroit. So I would do things, go around the community libraries and read books to children. And so I do miss doing that. And so I'm happy to be doing this again.
I like how you talked about the calling, because I didn't want to be a children's author. I was an adult author.
Yeah.
I was afraid of children, but it's something that can do it. And finally, I got over the fear of doing it, and I can't imagine doing anything else.
Right.
And when you joined the group, you joined for the marketing, right? To learn how.
No, I actually joined to connect with other authors, because I was starting all over again. I had to relearn everything, take what I knew from back then and apply something now. But I wanted to connect with other, because I was a part of like another authors group, but they did novels and romance novels. And somebody said, you need to connect with children's authors groups. And that was so helpful to me to join the group, because everybody gave such great advice. You have seasoned authors that was brand new, or me in the middle. And so we really learn from each other. So it was more about just staying connected, to be inspired, to learn. I love reading other authors' books. And so it was to help me grow, to see how I can connect to children. Because I call myself a village go-getter, and I call my supporters as village go-getters, because I believe that it takes a village to raise a child. So I'm so grateful to be a part of the village, and I'm finally embracing my part of being a village, which is, bring the joy of reading or story or imaginations to children. And so that was one of the biggest reasons why I started following you guys and everybody, and staying connected to the groups.
And the saying, it takes a village. It absolutely does. What you're seeing right now with us talking to you over social media took a village 2 months to put together.
Yeah.
And if you are a children's author, please consider joining us, because we have our resident Instagram expert. We've had people doing classes on using Canva better. We help each other with our marketing. We have our website. There's a wealth of knowledge in this group. Now, what I'd like to know is, since this is the Children's Authors Holiday Book Fair, why would your book make a perfect Christmas gift?
Well, I actually have 8 books. How Tuya.
Oh.
So I end up updating How Tuya Loves Herself. So this is really the second edition, because when I couldn't recreate her exact picture, because it was actually her in the book that's doing everything. So I updated the pictures, but I also updated the back of the book that has activities in it. So I changed some other things. She was in it doing everything, but I added like her mom and that incorporated in it. And so all my books have some type of element to where not only is it about the story, but it has some type of activity that they can do in the back of the book. Because what really actually helped her was to be able to practice the things that were happening in the book, because it was a true story. It was the story about her, and keeping to be able to learn to love yourself. You have to continue to do that, because sometimes the world gets you down, and then you like, how do I get back to loving myself? How do I get back to center? And so this is the one that all children, originally it was called All Boys and Girls Can Grow Up to Be Healer, but I changed to All Children to Grow Up to Be Healer, because originally, like I say, the stories were written for my daughter, and people kept asking me more about boy books. I was like, well, I was a single mother. I didn't have boy books, So what I started doing in the story, I started incorporating boys, like I started incorporating brothers and uncles and dads and things like that into the book. So this is the second edition of that. I just changed to All Children Can Grow Up to Be Healers. Then I have another book called Watch Out World, Here I Come. And it's about the journey a baby takes to Earth before being born. It used to be called Baby Heaven, but I ended up changing the title because people kept thinking the book was about grief. And I was like, oh, no, this is about the baby's journey from heaven, because I was trying to explain to my daughter where babies come from. I was like trying to explain where babies come from, where I'll get too descriptive. So it was called Baby Heaven. But the one thing I love about doing vendoring, when I do a lot of vendoring where I go to books. We have book events here in Michigan. And so one of my tables, I noticed that nobody was looking at the book when it was called Baby Heaven. And I asked them why. They was like, well, I thought the book, when I explained the book, they said, oh, I thought it was about grief. That's why I didn't look at it like, oh, no, we don't want to read about no babies that's not here anymore. I said, no, it's about the journey a baby takes before being born. They get to choose their family. They can choose what culture they want to be born into, and how, it's just a story about the journey. So I ended up changing the title, and that made the biggest difference. So that's one way I really love connecting with the audience in person, because I get to talk to them and really see, their perspective on things, or even the kids' response to them, because their children come with them and they take the time to actually look and read the book and turn the pages. Then I have another book called Listening to Your Inner Voice. And this book came about because I wanted to teach my daughter we talked about God a lot and spirituality. And she said, well, where is God? And I said, well, God lives in us. God's always connecting to us. And so I said, well, let's talk about listening to your inner voice, your intuition. And so I wrote a story about how Alana went through her day, and if she would have listened to her first mind, which was her inner voice, which was God speaking to her, saying, do this, but she would second guess it and her day wouldn't go right. So at the end of the story, it talks about how the little girl asked her mother the same question. And she said, why do you and Dad tell me to listen to my inner voice and never to second guess my first mind? She said, because God is always a part of us, guiding us to make the right decision. But he also gave us free will so we can understand the difference between certain decisions. So because he gives us free will, he might say, no, don't go that way. You might say, well, that way is too rocky. I want to go this way. And then you go that way, you like, it's a hole there, or it's flooded. And then one thing you say, something told me not to do it. And so throughout the story, she kept saying, like, something told me not to do it. So if she would have listened to her first mind, her day would have went more smoothly. But when she listened to her second mind, which was her mundane thinking, that she would make the decisions she would still go through the experience, but it would be like harder. She would always say, something told me. So I wanted to write the book called Listening to Your Inner Voice to explain to that. And in the back of this book, it gives 7 tips on how to do that, like how to be still, how to be calm, so you can listen here, how to journal, just different steps about that. And then my book, My Father is a Great Man, came about because, like I said, people kept asking me about boy books. And so what I decided to do was actually interview 15 family members and friends of mine that were men of all different ages and ask them, what did you actually learn from your dad? Whether it's something you saw or something that they taught you, because I know sometimes men don't, women, we do a lot of talking and explaining. Sometimes men like, just do what I say or watch me and just do it. So from their answers, I was able to put together the story. My Father's a Great Man. It talks about what men do with their children, or how this father in particular did with their child. And so I did a panel. What I did was do a panel discussion last year, right before Father's Day. And it was so powerful. They were able to, the men, and I invited all the men that gave me the, helped me with the book. And I dedicated the book to them. And then we talked about how can we connect with the youth more in the community and have that connection and show them different ways of being a great human in the world. not just even a man and a boy and what that looks like. And then I had some others say, well, my baby's father doesn't do much for him. But so what I decided to do on the back of the book is put where at the end it says, now you write about somebody that pours into you or that inspires you. So that could be an uncle, that could be a coach, that could be your mother. It could be somebody else that you feel did something that's great, because the story his name is Brandon. The teacher asked the whole class to write about somebody that inspired him, and he just so happened to pick his father. And so that's why My Father is a Great Man, that story. And then my last 2 books, it's called Weird and Wonderful Science with Layla and Eric. Layla Edgar is actually my godchildren's name. And I love science when I was in school. And so this is a story about Eric asked his sister, it's at the end of the school year, what did you love about school? And she was like, oh, what are you going to miss? And she's like, my science class. I love science. And he's like, science? So she really talked about why she loves science. And then as the story goes on, they talk about different experience that they can do. So experiments that they can do. I'm sorry. And so the book also covers like 5 science things that they can do that's really fun for kids, and it talks about the importance of science. And then I didn't have a book for like a 1 and 2 year old, so I wrote all shapes. Let's learn shapes, colors, and let's learn shapes, colors, and with little Mike. And so this one is really great because it has it's a story also, but it also has coloring pages in the back too that reinforce the story for counting and things like that. So me being a Head Start teacher, assistant teacher, really helped me to be able to know how kids function and what things they really like. And when I would go read stories to the kids, we actually would go through the whole process in the book, like how 2-year when they meditate, we would sit and meditate and breathe 5 times, and I would tell them to pick their favorite color, and they visualize that color, and it was they really love doing the interaction with the books.
I love that. My first book is about meditation for children too. That is something that not many people write about.
Right.
What made you want to write about that?
Well, like I said, my daughter was already doing it in school, and we would do it together. I still do it. It helps me even for my writing process. I meditate. Also, I've talked to other people about meditation. Like when they read the book, I've had parents say, "Wow, you talking to them about the kids how to meditate. It showed me how to meditate. I didn't realize it wasn't that. I kept making it more complicated." I also talked to them about meditation is about focusing on something that's in the present. So meditation doesn't always have to just be you're sitting still. It could be a walking meditation. You could be cooking and just focusing on that, meditation. It could be, just anything you do. It's just like being in that moment and focusing on that thing. And it's very calming because it helps. We have so much noise with all the social media and our phones and our family life, our community, and everything we do. So learning how to meditate helps reduce anxiety. It helps you learn to listen to your inner voice so you can, filter out certain things, and so you can allow other information to come in so you can listen and you can do more things. So that's what made me write the book. Like I say, my daughter was already doing it, and I wanted to show her that was okay. And then, like I say, it was very positive to show other children that you can do this also, because that was happening in her school, but not maybe other schools. So when I would go read it to Head Start, we would use it to talk about, like, when you say you have to be input in timeout, go and meditate in timeout. Because in timeout, what did the teacher ask you to do? Go over there and think about what you did, and, so I say, you can go in there and meditate. You can breathe. It'll help you calm down if you were upset or if you feel scared, like I'm in trouble, and it'll help you be able to come out and clearly talk to the teacher about, why you did that, what made you make that decision, which can you do differently. And when I would go back and read the story again to the kids, they would be like, Jonathan, he went over there and meditated, and they showed me how he hold his hands and cross his fingers. And so it really does work. It's a children's story, but it's a true story. And children can actually use it, and it gives the parents a chance to practice it with their children, and then it gives the parent to actually practice, because we have a lot of anxiety too, and we get overwhelmed. And so just something as simple as, I ain't gonna say simple, but something as the act of practicing, learning how to just be still and clear your mind, or even if it's thoughts coming in your mind, just let them roll on by. How that can reduce a lot of anxiety and stress in us.
I had a parent even tell me that since she and her child started meditating together, her kid takes better naps.
Exactly. Yeah. It reduces a lot of anxiety. A lot of kids with ADHD, it can help them get more focus, So yeah, the meditating is really, really good for
Oh,
kids.
and it's like the book you were talking about where she's learning how to listen to her inner voice.
Mhm.
I've found that the more I meditate, the stronger that voice is.
Yeah. So that's what happens in the back of that book. You, like I said, I have 7 tips about that, and it also talks about like even all children can grow up to be healers. We talk about affirmations and prayer. So just because especially when they start becoming more teens, they do a lot of self, I want to say hate talk or talk to themselves that they. So it's like you have to replace those words with something encouraging and loving to yourself. Yeah, these things might be happening or might not be good, but what else good happened? Something good happened even on a bad day. When you have a bad day, so what happened right? So just getting kids or people and kids to just think about it's 2 sides to everything. So yes, on one hand, this thing happens, but on the other hand, how can I find the good in that? And sometimes just being still and calm can make you feel make you really think about those things. I got really angry at school. I didn't like that Christian did that to me. And so we talk about that. Let's talk about that emotion, how you feel. Allow yourself to feel that emotion. Cry if you need to. Release that. Meditation also helps you to just kind of process stuff. And then come out and talk about, so what can we do differently? Because it's about life is about problem solving, So
Yeah.
the one thing that we can give our children is a way to cope with their emotions. And so they can deal with things in life. Because just because you're a good person don't mean things that you don't like is not going to happen. So it's about how you handle them as they're happening. So teaching our children to be able to be centered and calm, or get to a place where they can think clearly to make better decisions, is really important. So meditation and listening to your inner voice really helps with that.
I can't remember how many times, if you don't stop crying, I'll give you something to cry about. And all that taught me was how to bottle up my emotions. And that led to all kinds of problems through life. And then finally, in my 50s, I learned to meditate. I learned to feel my emotions and let them out and heal the trauma of not being allowed to show them. So this is a public service announcement to all parents. If your child is crying, let them feel the feels.
Absolutely. Let them breathe. One author, actually Renee Book, her book about the one she was like in the book about, I don't want to calm down.
Yeah.
One thing when I read her book, one thing she had in there was about like when to breathe, like blow bubbles. I thought that was such a great idea.
I just got chills thinking about that. And I think I'm going to use it in one of my books now.
That's what I told her. I said, I think I'm going to use it as one of, because that is a great way to imagine kind of not breathing in and I'm blowing bubbles. And so I thought that was giving kids different ways to cope. Because sometimes we have these emotions, but they're young, so they don't know what the identification of. They don't know what anger and I'm upset. I mean, they just know I feel this, and I don't know why I feel like this. I don't like feeling like this. So when they like, I don't want to calm down. I don't know why I'm mad. Getting them to relax and calm down. To let's talk about what that word means to you, and how can you make a different decision when you're in that way, because your kid's not with you all the time. So when they're at school or they're over somebody else's house, grandma's house or something, how do they deal with their emotions and the things that they feel? So yes, I thought that was a great idea to blow the bubbles.
Right? But I could really see how your books could be beneficial to people to buy, not only for holiday presents, but any time of the year, because these are some great stories that are teaching valuable life lessons. So as we wrap up, we got a couple minutes left. Tell everybody how to find you besides our QR code up in the corner where you can find Kenya's page with her books and her website. But how else can people find you?
Right now I only have Tuya on Amazon, How Tuya Loves Herself, but the rest of the books are on my website. So you just go to Kenya's Amora LLC.com. And so it's Kenya, KENYAS, Amora AMORA LLC. Actually, Kenya is my first name. Amora is my daughter's middle name. So I put it together because her middle name means love. Also, tomorrow, Monday only, I'm doing a special discount of all my books are going to all be $10. So go there and get them all for $10 because they're different prices. 4 of them are normally $12, and the other 4 are normally $14. So it's a great deal. You get between $2 to $4 off of the book, and so that's a great holiday if you can get more than one.
Get
And
them all. Get them all.
yeah, and then leaving a message you want me to autograph them, and I'll autograph them before I mail them out to you. So that's been really great. So yeah, so thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to listening to all the other authors also. And like I say, go to Kenya'sAmora LLC.com to get your children's gift and add to their libraries.
Right. Thank you so much, Kenya. I'm going to invite you backstage, and it's time to play a video.
Okay.
And now we have another author who couldn't be here because she's busy at a live event. Helen has a 2-part video. So here is part 1 of Helen.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Children's Book Authors Unite. This is our holiday event, and it's our book fair to showcase so many independent authors and illustrators. And I'm happy to be here and talk about my series, the Woofy series. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and show you some of my author's journey and give you some insight as to what to expect if you're thinking about being an author yourself, or you're already an author, or you're just curious about the books that these authors are producing. So we're going to start with the author's journey. And in my case, my author journey, I was asked to speak about at a conference where I was going to do an author talk to a bunch of adults. And it was the Brooklyn Reading Council, and they are very into children's literature and making it available across the country to children who may not have access to a lot of literacy experiences. So when I was asked to tell about my author journey about a month ago, my first reaction was, wow, it's really been a short trip. And after my friends would giggle, they would say, you know what? Actually, your author journey started way before, when you were a little kid and then as a teacher. And I thought about it and I said, you know what? You're actually right. I needed to sit down and put it down into slides that I could present. And I'm sharing some of those slides with you today because I feel like it organizes all of the ideas along the way. So I'm the author and illustrator of the Woofy series. And Woofy is a little plush dog that my brother named when we were children. This is where my journey began. So my brother is 6 years older than I am. And when I was 4, we would also do a lot of creative dialogue around characters that we had in the house. And at that time, my father, who was disabled, he actually brought home a little stuffed character. And my brother said to me, you know what? I think he has a lint ball on his nose. And I was like, oh, like, does that mean he's dusty? And basically, my brother said, no, it's a magic lint ball. This is something special. He has magical powers and his nose twitches. And he came up with all these great scenarios with me from that point on, because I was a sickly little kid, so I didn't go outside too often at the time. So my whole world revolved around Woofy and his adventures until I went to school and discovered other authors and storytellers and grew from there. But it all started from there. Once a writer, always a writer. I feel that when you are a child and you're scribbling ideas in a notebook or something for class, or you sketch something, you're telling a story, your story. And if you're a writer or you want to be one, you want people to remember both your characters and your purpose for writing. So that's the first thing I would say. Where to begin? Mentor authors mean a lot. Where do great stories come from? All of these stories that you see depicted here, Corduroy, Whistle for Willie, Where the Wild Things Are, Ron's Big Mission, these all had something that stood out for me, both as a child and as an adult reading to my class. And they all stemmed from experiences, those of others, those of the author themselves. And you think about who the audience was, and we talk about this a lot in school with students. Okay, so your story came from an experience, but who are you telling the story to? Who's your audience? And for kids, usually it's other kids. And there are a lot of common themes that are attention grabbers, like getting in trouble, making a new friend, all these things that are listed here in this slide. And I would capitalize on those concepts and bring in my own childhood experiences when I taught and relate them to the stories that we were reading in class. And that made it real for the kids. What I found along the way, especially in teaching, is when what you need doesn't exist, you have to create it. I distinctly remember having times where you had to explain what inches and feet were to kids. And there really weren't that many books available to teach measurement on a kid's level, especially in the younger grades. So I just sat down and sketched it out. And we came up with a classroom book, and the kids would refer back to it over and over again whenever they were doing measurement exercises. Another time we were talking about when children call out in class or they make silly noises. And it dawned upon me that that was something that could be in a book. Like, how do other people react to this child? And I actually called it The Boy Who Went Moo and sketched it out. And at some point, that might be something that I want to produce. But it was very relevant to the class at the time, and it actually extinguished a lot of the mooing that was going on during morning meeting and other times during the day, because they were about 4 or 5 years old, and sounds are funny. But sometimes they need to understand that there's a time and place for those. So when we put it in a book, it gave some credibility to what they were doing, but at the same time, it showed them right from wrong. The storyteller and the images they use. So growing up, people would ask me to draw things for them. I am not professionally trained as an artist. I am self-trained. I did a lot of research on my own. My father was an amazing artist in his own right. But again, we were just playing with materials and ideas. And when I became a pre-K teacher years later and the copier broke, I distinctly remember handing out drawings that I had hand drawn for 23 kids of this duck. And it looked similar to this illustration here. And they were going to use it to storytell and to do something called Reader's Theater. But they didn't have the wherewithal at the time to feel comfortable at that age, at 3 and 4, to sketch out what their character would look like. And we built into that over the year. But at that time, you just had to go with the flow. And that's one thing you learn. Teaching is storytelling, and in the public schools in New York City, I used my skills to craft grant proposals because we were faced with walking into a classroom in the early 2000s or even late 90s, and the books were from the 1950s or 60s. And it's a whole different mindset when you're trying to teach kids about inclusive books and books that represent all of them, whether they have disabilities, whether they're from different ethnic groups. different classifications. One thing I wanted them to see is that they had power to actually make a change, whether it was writing the principal and saying, "Hi, we'd really like a movie day and we've earned it. And this is the movie that we would prefer to see." And years later, a first grade class actually wrote the principal and persuaded her that they had done enough work for a particular unit and could they receive that as an acknowledgement of their work. And she responded, she wrote back to them. So the power of words is super important and kids need to learn that. But I started to write these grants and they would get us on apple picking trips. They would take the inner city kids out into different places that they might not otherwise visit. It brought experiences to them. We would have speakers, we would have items, fossils, dinosaur items, books, different craft materials, all because of the writing that I had to do. That was a different kind of writing than authors and illustrators, but you are catering to a specific audience when you write grant proposals. And I was partnered with one of the best school librarians, Gail Wesson, and we raised funds and awareness for Nets for Africa through our writing and our efforts. And that particular fund helped to prevent malaria by providing kids with nets that they could put over their bedding in Africa. And one of my most memorable moments was when a little boy who he had brought $1 in because the kids were allowed to buy an ice cream after they had their lunch. He actually came up and he says, "I want to give you the dollar for Nets for Africa." And to me, that was so heartening because to see a child realize the power of all the things that we had taught into by reading about malaria, by reading books about Africa, and by reading about things related to the cause of Nets for Africa, he made a decision to actually contribute, and that meant a lot, and it taught me a lot as an adult. I've learned as much, if not more, from my students than what they taught me, and so the writing continued in a different form. This one is titled From the City to the Dig Site to the White House, a very odd title. So, teaching in an inner city school with at-risk students meant that I had to find creative ways to engage them. And a lot of times, what I was finding was that they were not interested in the materials, they were not being sparked to be creative or to problem solve. So a close friend had said, if you write a grant and you get it funded, we'll take you out west on a dinosaur dig, on a fossil dig. And I couldn't envision what that would mean or how that would look, but I took a chance. I did my best writing that I had done up to that point to convince them that this is something these kids needed. I couldn't take them with me, but I could recreate the experience once I got back into the classroom. And that was something I really wanted to do. So I wrote the grant proposal. Surprisingly, it got fully funded to go out west and participate in the fossil dig. Here I am sitting with the hip bones of a titanotheres. And after 3 days of not finding anything significant, I came across this gigantic monster of a humerus that belongs to a titanotheres, which is like a prehistoric rhino with a shovel in place of a horn. So getting the kids to actually come to the museum afterwards and see an articulated mammal, the actual Titanotheres, that had the same bone that I had found was like amazing to them. They couldn't even envision that this animal existed and the height that it was and what did it eat and all these questions that came out of me writing a grant and telling stories that were quasi-fiction and quasi-nonfiction because there's so many crossover books. And just to clear up a lot of misinformation that kids have about fossils and dinosaurs and things that they might see in the movies. And ultimately, we did a project long term for 3 months, which got them to explain their thinking and what their what their hypotheses were about certain things. And these were little guys; these were kindergartners at this point, and they wanted to prove that some of the mammals were predators like we have today, and some were the prey, and some were meat eaters, and some were plant eaters. So I made them articulate it as best as they could. They showed it in different ways. They had to draw, they had to write, and lo and behold, after there was a period of time where the government was frozen, I had submitted all of their work and just kind of forgot about it. And then the day before Christmas, in 2013, we received notification that we were chosen as winners in something called the President's Award for Excellence in Science and Mathematics Education. And it was a national award. And the next thing I knew, all of that writing led to receiving the award and being presented the acknowledgement in person by the president at the time. It's an award that had started in 1983 by Ronald Reagan and continued over the years. And all of these teachers, out of the 5,000 some odd teachers that had submitted, it had been narrowed down to 101 of us. And I was proud to represent New York State for science. But these are all early elementary childhood teachers that really put forth an effort to turn ideas into concepts that kids could relate to. And that was probably like the highlight, one of the big highlights of my career. So let's say you want to be an author, but where do you begin? And you basically have to do a lot of research because these were concepts that rolled around in the back of my mind for a while. Like, how do I do this? What's my why? Who's my audience? And then I started to look at, for 2 years, watching different Facebook groups, who are other people trusting to print their books, to make plushies, to promote their books? These were all questions that I had, went through lots and lots of webinars and a few in-person summits. Um, and I can speak to the fact that the more you do in terms of that research, the better your business is going to be. Because ultimately, it's not just you're writing a book for a grandchild or a friend or, a vanity idea that you have. This is something that you want to turn into a business. And, in the same sense, you're also sharing your vision with others. So after doing all of that research, I made some critical decisions that would then guide me on the rest of my journey. So after 25 years of teaching, I was leaning towards retiring, and then having the goal to start another lifelong dream, which was to write a children's book. But where did I begin? I had lists, I had titles, I had over 100 different titles scribbled down. And it all came down to this little toy that I had as a child when I didn't really venture out much. My brother and I would create this whole other world with him. So I started to sketch him out, and then there was an offer to create a plush with the book. And I used IPC printing, and I'll give that information later. But basically, they were able to take two of my drawings and create a plush. And when I tell you, I got the box in the mail a couple of weeks later, and it was the prototype. And I opened the box, and my childhood came flashing back to me, and it was like they had brought him back to life. They did such a good job. I could tell that he was going to be some character, and he had a personality, kind of like I had envisioned him to have as a child. And now future generations could play with him and dream up their own stories and adventures. But during my time as a teacher, I really had developed this unit on fossils and what does it mean to investigate and use evidence and all the STEM and science-based practices that goes into that kind of teaching. And I wanted to continue that. And my friend who had gotten us on our first dig out, a group of us, said, well, why don't you have Wolfie do some digging and make him a little digging outfit? And that's how that second book came to life. Because most of my fondest memories over the last 25 years of teaching, they were they were of the children not only doing the assignments and learning the skills, but applying them and then teaching their parents and other children's grown-ups when they would come in during dig week and they would be using different terminology. And they were little. They were everything from kindergarten up to second grade. They actually did a project-based learning opportunity that combined the three grades at one point. And like everybody knew, oh, Rogerson's doing dig week because there's wafts of dusts coming out from her classroom door. And at first they would think it was smoke, and they said, oh no, they're just digging, because we would do all the practical hands-on activities. And my dream was for these kids to grow up and possibly pursue the sciences, which actually has come true. One of my best students, who initially had trouble with bullying in a previous school, got turned on to science, she says, because of me, which is very flattering. And I'm sure she's had many great teachers along the way. But she became a forensic scientist in the military. And to me, when she called me and told me that and showed me herself in uniform, and I was so proud of her. And I was just so touched that she made that connection from it. And she still has the fossils and she's an adult. Still calls me Miss Rogerson, so we'll have to get her over that. But one of the things that I wanted to do was continue that exploration, but then do it through other books, using Wolfie to teach about collaboration, the importance of kindness, and all the concepts that I would teach in my classroom. And I guess because I'm kind of a control freak when it comes to projects that I'm in charge of, it had to be me doing the illustrations as well as the writing, because I had a vision in my mind and it had to be just so. So no matter how long it took, it had to be that way. Um, and I remember standing I had gone to a summit in Boston for writers, and this is actually not even a year into retirement. And I was at the aquarium in Boston, and a little child comes up and pulls on my leg because, they don't look up often when they're toddlers and so forth. And they said, look, jellyfish. And they were pointing to the jellyfish in the tank. And I said, I wonder if there's a peanut butter fish. And right then and there, an idea was born for book 3. And it all came about from that experience, because on the plane ride home, I started Googling animals named after food. And apparently, a large majority of them are animals that live under the sea. So it actually wrote itself. And it became Wolfie and the Peanut Butter Fish, where Wolfie delves into an underwater world in the little girl's imagination. And of course, the little girl is me. And except I call myself Holly instead of Helen. And one of the things that he discovers is there are a whole bunch of animals that have really adorable names, like the pancake batfish and the chocolate chip sea star, and the importance of just protecting the ecosystems around the world, including the ocean. So I was able to uh, bring something different with book 3. One of the things, as a controlling author and illustrator in my own books, I had to think about illustrations that would speak to the reader. And thinking back to my teaching days, which I can't believe was only a little bit over a year ago, a lot of the things that I would face with the kids was them saying, I can't draw, but I can't draw. And when I recently did the event with adults, I actually heard that quite often too. And I understand that because, like, everyone has different strengths. I used to tell people I'm not musical at all. I can play my CD player, that sort of thing. But now I wanted them to think, as adults that I would speak to who are thinking about maybe possibly trying to draw, in the same way as I would teach the kids. Think about, what do you see? If someone were to draw these two beautiful birds, what would that look like? What shapes do you see? And they might become overwhelmed at first because there's a lot of detail and a lot of color. And just focus on the shapes. And initially they would say, "Oh, I see the head's a circle. The beak is a triangle." And I said, "Okay, draw that, draw that, draw that." And it always stood out for me how this one child who insisted he couldn't draw, and he wanted so badly to draw a bird for his story. And I walked him through these exact steps. And as he started to draw them and connect them, he stepped away and he said, "Oh my goodness, I drew a bird." And he was so proud of himself. He actually became one of the better artists in terms of being self-confident, being able to produce a lot of artwork, despite his initial feeling that he couldn't draw. And people can talk themselves into and out of things, as we all know. And it's also about the support you receive, and that's a very important thing as both a reader and as a writer. You have to have somebody or some family or friends or both that stand behind you, no matter all the ups and downs and the crazy roller coaster that it can be when you're first starting out, and you want to get your ideas into print and you want to get your book out there. So, for an example, I'm going to use this sketching board, and I'm going to see if I can do this using my iPad, because what I want to do, I clicked on there so you can see. So here is my circle. Right away we have an eye. I'm going to connect it with his beak. And if I was drawing it on paper or with markers, it would be a lot more detailed, of course. But for the purposes of this Zoom, I'm going to show you just how I would take some shapes. And the kids who draw them, or the adult that's trying it out, they're going to be using the shapes that they're familiar with. And a lot of it is line drawing. And I said, well, there are some books out there that have stick figure drawings. And I won't name them, but you can do your research and see that there are people who have done really well with books that are not as elaborately illustrated as you would think. And, just by adding the features, shortening a few things, modifying things, maybe the angle of something, you're starting to get a sense that this is a bird. Or at least I hope you are. And from this point, if you look at it carefully, you can add a tail, and ta-da, there's your bird. You may want to play around with the beak a little bit. I mean, it's harder with the digital. Naturally a hand-drawn artist. I don't feel comfortable with digital, just like my husband doesn't feel comfortable with a lot of digital stuff. But to each his own. Some people prefer that, and that's their strength, and so be it. You go with what you know, what you feel comfortable with. So I'm just gonna take this. Oh, this is a wide-eyed little baby bird. And we're gonna replicate the same idea of using shapes. And for them, it might be a half circle. And you're going to take the shapes that you have here, and you're just going to continue that way. And maybe this one's sitting in a nest, so you're going to add those details. So the next thing that I would say, you would add background, or Mo Willems has no background in his. If you look at his books carefully, it's primarily focused on the characters themselves. So it's what you make of it. You may not want all of the details in the background. You may want a lot of background. The characters are off to the side speaking. So it depends on what you want, what your comfort zone is, what your style is. Again, mentor authors are key. If you have a story in your heart and you want to share it with the world, do your research, talk to people who've done it, make your move, just go for it and follow your dream. You're actually going to learn a lot by listening to other people through webinars, through going to conferences and summits, talking to people in groups that actually promote writing and authorship in the children's book genre. Keep going. Links to my books, plush, and author services. I do coaching.
And we're back live. I did not know that Helen was going to give us a whole lesson on art and drawing. That was absolutely fantastic. I'm just amazed at the wealth of knowledge in this children's book authors group. It's just simply amazing. If you're a children's author and you want to learn more about how to market better, how other people are illustrating their books, how we are coming together as a team to help each other. We meet every Friday at 3:30 p.m. on Zoom. Drop a comment below and say, I'm an author, and we will make sure you get the link to come and share with us on Fridays, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And now we have Natalie backstage, do we? Natalie, are you ready to come out? Yay, I'm so glad you were able to come today. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Glad to be
Awesome.
here.
I know we had a little issue this morning. Wasn't sure if you'd be able to make it. Well, I bet it's good news that you're able to be here.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I am just going to turn over the virtual mic to you. Have fun.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Natalie McManus, and I have written my first children's book, which is a lifelong dream of mine. And it's very interesting how the story came to be. But let me tell you a little bit. This is my book. It's called Tane and the Birds, a New Zealand story, as told by Ron Turner, but revised and written by Natalie McManus. And we'll get into how all that ties together in just a minute. Have you ever wondered why the kiwi bird is the national hero and symbol of New Zealand? Maybe not, but you're going to find out. The other is that this book is about kindness, generosity, and the rewards of sacrificing for the greater good, because it's all about the kiwi. And so let me get into that just a little bit. My husband and I were on a tour of New Zealand, and while we were on this tour, the our tour bus was going on this long and winding road toward Milford Sound. And there's nothing but forest along this road. No one lives there. It's very deserted. But we came upon a bus that had broken down. And so we stopped and we loaded all their passengers onto our bus to take them on so they wouldn't have to sit, by the road for ages. And our bus driver told us a very interesting story when that happened. He told us that a few weeks before, a tour bus had broken down similarly, and they had to leave the bus overnight on the side of the road before the repair truck could come. And during the night, some very naughty animals, some very naughty birds, had torn the rubber from around the windows of the bus, and all the windows had fallen out and broken, and the animals had gotten into the bus and destroyed it. So the bus was absolutely worthless. Now I tied that story into my story. So if you want to hear more about that, get the book. So anyway, that story from the bus driver led our tour guide, Ron Turner, as told by Ron Turner, to tell us another story, our tour group another story. And this story is a combination of a number of versions of the Maori people, who are the native people of New Zealand, and their culture. They have a legend about the kiwi bird. And there are many different versions. And this was Ron's version. And when he finished telling the story, I thought, wow, that would make a great children's book. So when I got back to the hotel, I had Ron retell me the story and I taped it. And when I got back home to the States, I typed it all out and I kept in correspondence for Ron and asked him questions. I did research about the Maori culture. We did things like, what were the symbols for them? Has the story been told, in published form in another way? And there had been, but it was not quite the same. And there was only 2 birds in the other story. Mine has many more. So anyway, there was this whole evolution. And I was also thinking, well, I need pictures to go along with this. And if you've ever seen my drawings, they're not very good. So I needed a professional illustrator. And I had some visions of how I wanted the pictures to be in the book. And while I was in New Zealand, I had purchased a book that had pictures of all the birds that were in the tale that Ron told. And so I bought that book, and when I found an illustrator, I was very fortunate. Things just kind of fell into place. I had a person in publishing, and I asked her about publishing a children's book. And she said, well, my daughter does this kind of thing, but it's kind of expensive. And so she said, you might look into self-publishing. So I said, okay. So how do I do that? And so she had me contact Mistale Riston, who is my book doula, my author doula. She took me through the process from soup to nuts, held my hand, helped me tell me which buttons to push here and there, because I'm not technically, really good at technical stuff. And so she referred me to an illustrator. And that illustrator was way too busy. So she referred me to yet another illustrator. And that is how I ended up collaborating for Tane and the Birds with Raisa Urdialis. And Raisa Urdialis is a phenomenal illustrator. She and I would get on the phone once a week and discuss my vision. She would send me some pictures. I would say, well, let's tweet this and tweet that. And she would say, well, what about this? And it was her idea, as an artist, to look into the significant colors of the Maori culture. And this color of this, the book, of the cover, is a red ochre, which is a very significant color for the Maori culture. And we did a number of different versions of the kiwi from pictures I had taken of the kiwi when we visited on this tour the National Kiwi Hatchery at Tora, which is part of the proceeds of this book. When you buy this book, know that part of your purchase price is going to the National Kiwi Hatchery in New Zealand to help continue to help the kiwi to survive. And we'll get to that in a minute too. So anyway, so my collaboration with Raisa was instrumental in making this book really what it is, because she did some amazing pictures. Like here's one of the birds that she's done. And I'll show you another one. I mean, they're just all just amazing. Here's the Ruru. Now, you might look at that and say, well, that's an owl. Well, this is another thing that I did. I used the Maori names for the birds. So when you read this book, you're getting the Maori names for the birds. But in the very beginning of the book, I have an information page. And this information page gives you some information about the birds, the Maori culture. For instance, the cararoo is a New Zealand pigeon. So they might call it a pigeon, but they might also call it a cararoo. The owl is also known as a moorpork, but the Maori name for it is a ruru. I like the name ruru. I thought it was more fun. The other thing was in the story, it's Tane and the birds. Now, Tane is the forest god, the god of the forest. And the god of the forest protects the trees and the animals in the forest. The trees and the birds. I'm sorry, I should clarify that. So we had to come up with, how do we represent Tane? And so we did some research and we found out that there is a tree in New Zealand that is one of the oldest living trees. It lives over 2,000 years or more. And it is the tallest tree. It has a smooth bark way up high. And at the very high top, it has the branches and the leaves and things. So we decided that we would make the Karu, I'm not sure I was pronouncing that, Karui, Kauri tree, would become Tane. So Tane has a face. It's a little hard to see on the screen here, but Tane became our forest god. This tree, we transformed Tane into a tree. And here are some of the birds that Tane's thinking about. Now, so what happens is, so Ron told his story, the bus driver told his story, and the way Ron ended his story has a little twist to it. You needed the first part of the story. So I combined the two stories into one. And that's what this book, Tane and the Birds, is. It's a combination of our bus story and the various versions of the Maori legend of the kiwi bird. Now, some other things, some interesting things you might want to know is that New Zealanders are very proud to call themselves Kiwis. And some people might think, well, they call themselves a fruit. No. It's after the kiwi bird. And so they refer to themselves as Kiwis. And they're very proud of this fact, and they should be. Very interesting that 800 years ago, if we go back 800 years, there were no humans in New Zealand at all. Even though they'd been in Australia, which was nearby, for hundreds of thousands of years, nobody had seemed to get to New Zealand. So the animals in New Zealand had no predators at all, especially the birds. Birds had no predators. So you have the kiwi bird, and the kiwi bird has no wings. No wings at all, can't fly. So when man arrived 800 years ago, man brought with them an appetite. They wanted to eat. So they went hunting. And there was a very, very huge, giant bird. I'm talking, this bird was easily over 15 feet tall. And it also could not fly. And it was very strong, very big bird. And it could not fly. And they hunted it to extinction because it gave them so much food to eat. It had huge legs, huge body, very tall. So they hunted that to extinction. And kiwi was round, so they started hunting the kiwi. They also brought with them dogs and cats and possums and other animals and things that had never been on New Zealand before. And they started attacking the kiwi's eggs, getting the hold of the kiwi. So many years later, present day, the National Kiwi Hatchery in New Zealand is doing what they can do to protect the kiwi, to make sure that the kiwi stays viable and alive. And so they take the eggs and they incubate the eggs and they raise them for a number of months. They reintroduce them to safe places. They've actually found some islands around New Zealand that are uninhabited, that don't have any predators, and they are inhabiting some of the kiwi there. So they're trying to save the kiwi because in this story, the kiwi saves New Zealand. So the legend is basically the Tane is looking out over his beautiful New Zealand land. There's lots of berries and trees and everything's doing hunky-dory wonderful. And then a while later, sometime later, he looks out over the land and it's not doing so good. The trees are starting to die. They find out, Tane sees that there are these nasty bugs and worms and beetles and things that are eating the roots of the trees and killing them. So Tane thinks, oh, what do I do? So Tane goes and asks the birds one by one, would you be willing to come down out of the sky and lose your wings and get big, strong feet so you can claw the ground and eat these nasty beetles and worms and bugs and things that are killing our trees and save the beautiful New Zealand that we have? And so what happens is the birds are they're not all very receptive to doing that. Nah, I don't want to do that. Oh, I'm too scared. No, I like my berries and things. No, I just don't I don't want to come out of the sunlight. I love the sunlight. And so Tane goes to the kiwi bird. And so this was one of the things that Raisa and I needed to re-envision. We needed to think, how does the kiwi bird look before it looks like it does today? And so we came up with our early version. This is the kiwi before Tane did his magic. So the kiwi bird says, yes, Tane, I'll come down out of the sky. I'll give up my wings. I'll get big, strong feet so that I can get those bugs. And I'll save the beautiful land of New Zealand. And he does. And so when you look at the picture of the kiwi bird on the cover here, we see that it doesn't have any wings. It has big, strong feet so that it can claw on the ground. Very different than the kiwi bird that we envisioned prior to that change. So Tane changes the kiwi bird from this to this. Okay? So the New Zealanders were so thankful to the kiwi bird for saving their land, according to the Maori legend, that they call themselves Kiwis. And very interesting here on one of the pages, this is a bunch of New Zealanders. Now, these are some Maori people here, and this was our tour guide, Ron Turner. I took a picture of him and I had the artist put him in. This is Jill. She was another one of our tour guides in New Zealand. Both of them are New Zealanders. So I thought I would include them in the book. But you also might see here on this adult man and woman from New Zealand that they have some tattoos. And these are very traditional Maori tattoos. They signify the ancestry and the significant moments in that person's life. And not all not all of the people get them, but a lot of them get them, and there's a very big symbol of pride, because they do have a lot of meaning. And the women very often have them on their chins, and then they get their lips done in black. It just signifies the significance of their background and their culture and their achievements in life. Some people can have them from head to toe. Others just have them on their arms. Some have them on their face. They're beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful tattoos. Not really. They're not colorful. They're usually just a dark pigment, but they're just absolutely stunning artwork, and very significant to the Maori culture. I wanted to talk about my collaboration with Raisa a little bit more. Like I said, we would talk once a week. We would come up with ideas. We struggled with Tane. Tane was a tough one, but we got him. And the other thing that Raisa did was how am I going to say this? Let's see here. She gave me some really good ideas. Now, I have to say, if you look on the cover and then you look on the first page, okay, you will see that the two kiwi birds look a little different from each other. And that's because I took a bunch of different pictures of the kiwi bird from museums, from the hatchery, from different places, and we chose the ones that we liked the best. And originally, we came up with this kiwi. And my daughter saw the book and she said, I love the story, I love the kiwi, but not the cutest animal you ever saw. And so we started thinking, well, maybe we should change the picture on the cover. So we went with a picture that occurs later on in the book, a little cuter. And so you'll see this kiwi on the cover and in the story. And you'll see our first version of the kiwi just inside the book. So that's a little information that most people won't get. I hope you're interested in reading this book, Tane and the Birds, a New Zealand story. It is available on Amazon, and it's available in Australia and New Zealand at amazon.com.au. Ron Turner, who told me the story originally, has been in contact with me. He has gotten the book, and I have to say he gave me the biggest compliment I've gotten of all the wonderful reviews that I've gotten for the book. And he told me that the written word was better than the spoken word. So that to me is high compliment for all the work that I put in. I really wanted to hold true to the story, but I also wanted to add to it. And I hope that I've given a lot of new information about the Maori culture, about the kiwi bird, about all the different kinds of birds that are in the story. There is another another bird that was particularly interesting for us, and this is the kea bird. And this is the very naughty bird, kea bird. This bird in New Zealand can be very ferocious, and is actually known that it has killed sheep at its worst. And it turns out it was the kea bird that tore those rubber casings around the windows of the bus and tore them off. So you will see a picture of the kea bird near the end of the book. And that's one of my favorite pictures too. But I just love the kiwi bird. They're soft, fuzzy little kiwi toys that they sell in the gift shop that I brought home for my grandchildren. I have to say that everyone that's been reading my book and giving me their reviews, and I asked them to please be honest. They really have enjoyed it. It's a unique story. It's a new story. actually combination of a lot of stories. And I think that the illustrations have just been so well done that they can be really enjoyed. One of my friends said that her child loved the pictures of the birds so much that she kept trying to pet them, to pet the pictures, which I kind of got a kick out of. I'm going to read you a synopsis on the back of the book, just for those who might be interested. The god of the forest, Tane, is concerned that the beautiful, colorful trees of New Zealand are dying. When he discovers that it is because some terrible bugs, worms, and beetles are eating the roots of the trees, he decides to ask the birds if they would be willing to give up their wings to live on the forest floor, getting rid of these pests to save the beautiful New Zealand land. Tane finds that only one of the birds is willing to make this sacrifice. This is the tale of how the kiwi became the national hero of New Zealand. And again, I'm donating part of the proceeds for this book, and I've actually sent a number of the copies of the book signed by me to the National Kiwi Hatchery in New Zealand. They're going to arrive there next month when my son goes to New Zealand on his honeymoon. And I've been told that they are coming, and I've asked them if they would sell them in their gift shop so that we can spread the story far and wide. Ron Turner is telling everyone he knows about the story down there in New Zealand. And I have cousins in Australia that have also found out about the story. So I'm hoping that it gets read far and wide. It'd be a great Christmas gift for any child. It's appropriate for ages 3 to 13. And I say that because there is a lot of learning information in here. It's not just a children's story. The language is kept to an elementary school level, but the information that they get about New Zealand and about the Kiwi and about the culture, especially on the information page that's just inside the book, it is a book that can be enjoyed by children of many ages. And I've had some neighbors whose children were 10 and 13 who read the book, and they really enjoyed it and learned a lot. And they're more interested in learning more about the Kiwi and New Zealand. It's a beautiful country. It's got so much history involved in it. And I think that this might spark somebody else to go to New Zealand. Highly recommend a good trip to New Zealand. Anyway, that's my plug for Tane and the Birds, a New Zealand story. I hope you'll consider purchasing it for your loved ones for Christmas or in birthdays or just for the heck of having a children's book in your library. I know I've been collecting children's books for many, many years. I've got bookshelves full of children's books. I love reading them to children. I love reading them to my grandchildren and to my neighbors' children and whatever. I was the neighborhood babysitter when I was growing up. And so one way to entertain the kids was to read stories. And I fell in love with Dr. Seuss books to start with. And I've always wanted to write a children's book so that I could pass that on. I hope to write some more in the future. This one is not written in rhyme, which I am famous for on my Christmas poem every year. So hopefully my next children's book will be written in rhyme. And I will definitely make sure that I reach out to Raisa to illustrate for me. And wow, I can't think of anything else I can tell you except, happy holidays and Tane and the Birds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalie. I really love your story. It's unique. It's not something you're going to find anywhere else.
No.
I'm sorry. I was just listening to your story. Did you tell everybody how to find your books?
They can find my books on Amazon.com. There's also a Anna McCabe's bookshelf.
That's right. We talked about that yesterday.
Yes, which I've forgotten the name in a moment of, it's been kind of a crazy.
Right. We will put that link back up. It was posted yesterday. I'll repost it for today. And then also, you could snag this QR code
yes.
right here. And Natalie's link is in her profile on her page on our website. Thank you so much, Natalie.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you coming. Thank you. And I'm
Thank
going
you.
to send you backstage and bring out Brenda. You ready, Brenda? Coming out. Hi.
I'm ready.
All right. You have audio, you have video. I am going backstage.
I have
fun.
I have audio and I have video. Yes, yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here today. As Francine said earlier, or 3 seconds ago, I'm Brenda Cummings, and I am your featured author for the next 18 minutes or so. I'll try to keep it very tight and keep it very timely, because I know some of you want to get back to a football game, but I won't mention any teams here. But I also will say I'm glad you have tuned in here. I hope over the last day or two, yesterday in particular, that you were on and were able to check out the wonderful, wonderful authors, the children's authors that we've had here. Some phenomenal stories from Soldier Mom to Stacy Loving Her Hair, the Frizz Girl, and today just hearing some phenomenal stories just about the Kiwi bear. Did I say that right, Natalie? But anyway, Natalie was right before me, and I found that to be fascinating. I want to bring us back to human beings with my story. It is something that is very close to my heart. Again, the title of the story is The Principal's Daughter. The Principal's Daughter was inspired by an authentic experience that I actually had teaching a cohort of students when I was part of the Kids College years ago. I had a special cohort, and in my cohort, there were 2 sisters. The 2 sisters, one was named Lauren and Marley, and I'd always know when there was something wrong with Lauren, and this is what actually inspired the story. And I'd always know because of this look on her face or an attitude, and I'd ask Marley, what's going on with Lauren today? Well, you already know, Miss V. Well, okay, what is it? And so once I would talk to Lauren, kind of find out she had this moody behavior that was dictated by a person she affectionately asked, the principal's daughter. Now, my question would always be, have you met this person? No. Do you know anything other than what you have heard about her? No. So how do you know who this person is? Well, I just don't like her. Well, you're telling me you don't like her, you've never met her, you've never had a conversation with her, you've never had any kind of encounter, but she dictates your moods. So that is where the inspiration came from, Lauren. And it got me to thinking how easily children will make up rumors, how they will cause all this drama and self-inflicted anxiety based on something that they've either made up or heard. So I wrote The Principal's Daughter to inspire young readers to, first of all, choose kindness over rumors, and to get to know someone before you judge them for something that is probably not true. In other words, the first bad thing you hear about someone should be the last thing that you believe. So that is where the inspiration came from. A little bit about me for the next 30 seconds before I read a couple of pages out of the book. And like I said, I'm going to be about 18 minutes or longer. And I definitely want to thank the group, the team here who put all of this together, the Children's Authors Unite group that has been pulled together by Francine, and wonderful marketing done by Anna and also Stacy. We have a wonderful team that put this together. So it's just an honor to be a part of this, and it's been wonderful. So thank you. I came about the group. I'm jumping ship here, but I'll come back to this ship. I learned about this group, the Children's Authors Unite, back in May, either April or May of 2025. And it's been phenomenal with resources, information. And I was still in the middle of completing my book, and it did not publish until July of this year. But I've learned so much from the group. I'm usually the person that's coming in and listening. This is all new to me in terms of writing and publishing a children's book. Writing is not new to me. I've always had stories. My background is in producing stage plays. I worked with a camp group, the Sickle Cell Disease Research Foundation, a few years ago back in Los Angeles, where I was a volunteer and I was the drama teacher. So I did a lot of children's original plays there. And so that was such a phenomenal experience that I cherish and I hold close to my heart. Seeing these young kids out there who had genetic diseases, which was so inspiring and motivational to see their determination. And they were just kids. They just happened to be dealing with something that they had to live with. So the camp experience, a lot of things came out of that, a lot of wonderful personalities. And again, the children would teach us things, the staff, their determination, their will to live, their fight for life, and still just being kids, doing the normal fun things that kids do at a camp, so you know how much fun that could be. I've also participated in some stage plays here, stage play festivals here in the Dallas, Texas area. So that was also a wonderful experience. Always written, had a blog, short stories, did some theater. My church group back in California, we actually had a drama ministry. So you know how much drama is in a ministry, right? So that was exciting being a part of that, writing themes, stories or plays wrapped around themes, holidays, etc. So that was a beautiful experience. My professional background is in education. So I've worked in the education system here in Dallas, retiring actually from Dallas College. So I've always had access. I've always worked with, been around people, young people, particularly little people who are just grown people. They're just like shorter, but their personalities are developed and everything that actually comes with that. So that is a little bit about my background. Again, back to what inspired me to write The Principal's Daughter. Before I share a couple of pages with you on reading the story, I've been going out and sharing the story, sharing the theme of it, which is about rumors and how rumors get started, specifically on the elementary level, talking to principals, doing research, and just looking and talking and listening to children. One of the phenomenal things that I've learned in working with attending some of the events that I've gone, when I mentioned the theme specifically to parents or specifically to the young people who are looking at the book, and I share that it's rumors, being the new person at school, what that's like, that opens up an entire conversation about, oh yes, I remember third grade, I remember my third grade bully, I remember my fourth grade bully, or I met someone and I thought this about him, and come to find out we ended up being best friends. We all have those stories or have heard something about that. And so that's what's also amazing when I come up and I share what the theme is about. Instantly someone will zero in and say, you know what, I remember how that felt and I didn't like it. So we also talk about social emotional learning, and how you deal with anger and how you deal with competition. If you're the person like the hero in our story, if you're the person like Lauren who has won at everything, she doesn't know defeat. has never really experienced that. And so part of the theme about the book, how she actually deals with someone new coming to her school. And then what is that going to do for her in terms of her position or her crown, if you will. So that gives you just a little bit of background. And again, I just want to share a few pages with you and tell you where you can actually purchase the book. And would love to hear your comments right now. People have who have read the book, and the toughest critics, who are the children, right? They will tell you if it's whack, if they liked it, if they didn't understand it, or how you could have done it better. Or you know what, Miss Brenda, that was me. I was that person. And it starts conversations which help us to get to the other side of that, or how to deal with that the next time. Or how do you think that would make you feel if someone started rumors about you and they weren't true? So it creates an opportunity for discussion. So I'm going to take this time to share a little bit, maybe read a couple of pages for you to give you an idea of what the story is about, and certainly hope you will take the next step further and just click on, like you have done with all the stories on here. I know it's so much to choose from, but how about this? You just take all of them, because we all have something to say that's either a message, a lesson, or how to on our characters. And I also want to add that the book is also in Spanish, which, did I get that right? Bear with me. I don't want to have technology trauma here, but the book is also in Spanish. And I want to share something that's really exciting about actually having this available in other language, as many authors on here shared what other languages that they have their book in. Cool thing about yesterday being at another event, another book fair, was there was this young lady who came in with her grandmother, and of course they went around and they looked at other books that they were interested in. And as they were about to exit the fair yesterday, that I was honored to be able to attend yesterday, the young lady saw that the book was in Kinsey. Her name was Kinsey. That the book was also in Spanish. So she pointed out to her grandmother, and they walked back over to my booth and picked up the Spanish copy. And her grandmother asked her, "Well, what do you think? Do you want this copy, or which copy what would you like?" So she read through the display, and I just saw her head nodding, just agreeing with what she was looking at. And then she started smiling, and she definitely said this is the one that she wanted, and she wanted to be able to share that. So that was really cool for me to see that. So that was a blessing for me. So what I'm going to do now, if you'll just stay with me for about 7 more minutes, I'm going to read a little bit from The Principal's Daughter. Now, I am not going to, well, I'll try to position that for you. Again, no technology trauma, just want to give you an idea. So this is Brenda Cummings reading a little bit from The Principal's Daughter. The last day of our summer festival ends today. New kindergarten classes want more time to play. Third and fourth graders, souvenirs. It's their first week tradition of every coming year. Lauren loves the back to school groove, except for one awful week she had to remove. It began last spring during the Battle of the Best, the all-school, all-city super talent contest. For Lauren, that was a bad memory of a special newcomer league, top winners, losers, and team MVPs. Day one was okay, but by the end of the week, an unstoppable show-off set a record-winning streak. If that weren't enough to make matters worse, Lauren finished next to last, a record for not being first. Hey, there's Lauren, someone shouts out loud as she gets closer to the gathering crowd. Oh, Lauren silently screams. There's a video of that week on the main screen. It's repeating 3 minutes like a bad dream. Lauren dashes out back, trying to forget, but nothing prepares her for what she sees next. A pint-sized girl jumps out of a blue SUV parked in a space marked Principal D. Lauren thinks to herself, oh no, it can't be. Then she sees the colorful backpack with the letters PD. The principal's daughter has arrived at Lauren's school. Before she showed up, her life was pretty smooth. Lauren thinks to herself, what is her mission? Is she here to brag about the last competition? You got this, Lauren. Chill out. Be cool. Remember, Lauren wins again was an everyday rule. No technology trauma. Stay with me. Lauren earned first place in everything. The smartest, the fastest, the best fifth grader who sings. First place in soccer, swimming, track, science fair winner, and plus the best looking hats. Spelling bee finals and chess champion too. Will everything change with the new girl at school? This is our Lauren. Let me try if I can see if I can get this right for you. Anyway, that kind of gives you an idea of Lauren and what she is facing during, of all times, Kindness is Cool month. So she gets to find out just how cool she can be under the pressure of new competition, so she thinks. She gets to learn what it's like hearing rumors that may or may not be true. But I'll leave that up to you to find out. That's my 18 minutes plus probably 2 or 3. I would like to add, if you would, please, you can find The Principal's Daughter, both English and in Spanish, here on our website. If you click on, I believe, the QR code I'm supposed to, am I pointing to it correctly? If not, no technology trauma. There is a QR code, and I'll wait for Francine to pop back in. But I am Brenda Cummings. I thank you for your time and making time for us today. And like to again to invite you to check out the QR code where you can get more information.
Ah, there we go.
Okay.
There we go. Right up here,
And
right
you
up
can
here.
also go to Amazon. Thank you so much, Francine. I hope I was pointing correctly. I don't want to do technology trauma here, but the
No,
book is
you
available,
were
like I said,
perfect.
on Amazon.com. Amazon.com. And I would love your support. Currently, right now, it's at 4.5. It's for educators, Sunday school teachers, anyone that is dealing and that children and want to teach a lesson. Everyone on this, the last 2 days, have fabulous, phenomenal books and stories. I'm especially interested in anything that's going to uplift, inspire, and encourage our children of today. What I love about this group is meeting so many children's authors, and I've met so many from across all genres. But the phenomenal thing is all of us have a story, and every story that we're teaching needs to be told. And I love it because my story may be different from your story, but there's a child out there somewhere that will benefit from your story. And that is the fuel that I believe will continue to keep us all going, even when we get tired, weary, discouraged, and hurt, that we will keep going. And that is what we will teach our children. Thank you so much, Francine, for allowing me this opportunity. And I hope I haven't gone too far over my 18 minutes plus.
You have
But
not. You have not.
yes,
You are absolutely perfect.
yes, ma'am.
Sounds like you have a house full of people.
A house full of what?
Sounds like you have a house full of people.
No, no, that's probably my echo from my
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah, my I have are you hearing a real bad echo?
No, well, you mentioned a football game. It sounds like people cheering in the background.
No, I said that because I know this is football Sunday for people, and I'm thanking everyone that comes on it that takes a look at that. That's what I meant by
Right.
I know there's games, but I didn't want to mention. No, we did football last week, just a whole marathon of football during a holiday season when we had a trip up to Nebraska, so that was exciting. So that was pretty much nonstop here, but yeah. So anyway, am I the last person? Did we save the best for last? Should I
Well,
assume that?
almost. I still have Stacy's videos to show.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, good.
We're going to be
Absolutely.
hearing from the
Until
founder of
3.
the Frizz Girls.
Yes. Okay, yes. Okay, so Stacy's coming up next then.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Okay.
By the way, you did a fabulous job.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Francine. I'm looking forward to more fun like this. This is all, again, I keep talking about not doing technology trauma. So for me, this is new. I mean, I've done versions of this, but to come on live and there's nothing you can do. Live is live.
Live is live.
All I can say is we've probably seen worse. That's it.
I think we all
All I
did.
tried to do.
We all did a magnificent job. This was
Yes.
the prototype for future shows. So if you enjoyed what you saw today, stay tuned
Absolutely.
because there will be more. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Show us those books. I love that
There
your
you
books
go.
are also in Spanish.
Yes, yes, it was amazing. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. Well, should I wave out goodbye, or we just gonna fade out?
Well, I will send you backstage and start showing
Okay.
Stacy's video.
All right. All
All
right.
right,
Go get
bye.
it, Stacy. Thank you. Thanks, Francine. Thank you.
All right, and now I am going to play the beginning of the Frizz Girls, and then there's a part 2, so don't go away.
Hey wavies and curlies, this is Stacy from the Frizz Girls, and I wanted to tell you about the Frizz Girls because you're probably wondering, who are they and why should I even care about the Frizz Girls? Well, the Frizz Girls are 7 friends that want to teach you or your wavy curly hair kiddos who are 5 to 13 years old how to take care of their wavy or curly hair. Because when I was 9 years old, my mom did not teach me how to take care of my wavy curly hair. She actually convinced me to cut my wavy curly hair. And that went on a crazy hair adventure of my hair journey, of what happened growing up when my mom convinced me to cut my wavy curly hair. And you can read more about my story in my book, the first in the series, Stacy Learns to Love Her Wavy Hair, and you can too. And I wanted to read a little bit of my book to you and then explain and share with you why this story, as well as the Frizz Girls, are so important to me and why they should be important to you. So let's get started. So the story goes, Dear wavy or curly kiddo, when I was 9 years old, I didn't know how to take care of my long wavy brown hair. My mom used to fix my hair for me. She'd put it in a ponytail, side ponytail, pigtails, or clip the sides back with colorful plastic barrettes shaped like bows. She never showed me how I can do it myself. And here's the picture. That's me. One day she started talking to me about cutting my long wavy brown hair. She would not stop talking about it. Cut your hair, 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 Cut your hair? Cut your hair. That's all I heard. While my mom and I were shopping for new black ponytail holders with the colorful balls on either side, she looked at me and asked me for the millionth time, "Do you want to cut your hair?" I said, "Yes," but I really didn't want to cut my hair. I loved my long, wavy brown hair, but I didn't want my mom to be mad at me. And there's the picture. She made an appointment for me at the Yellow Balloon in Westwood, California. I remember sitting in the yellow vinyl chair looking at the calm and quiet hairdresser, questioning my choice to cut my hair. I remember her saying to my mom while playing with my long wavy brown hair, "But it's so beautiful." And my mom replied, "She wants it cut." And here's the yellow balloon. Deep down inside, I did want to cut my long wavy brown hair, and I was too scared to say no, or I changed my mind. So the hairdresser slowly cut off my long wavy brown locks one at a time. Snip, snip, snip. After she finished cutting off my hair, I looked at myself in the mirror and I saw that I now had ugly, short feathered brown hair. I felt sad, but my mom was happy. So if you want to know more about my story, you need to go to my website, www.thefirstgirls.com, and order a copy of Stacy Learns to Love Her Wavy Hair, and you can too. And you can read about my story. Now, what's really cool about my book is it's not just a kid's book, and it's not just about my hair story. In the back of this book, along with all my books, I have a fun little quiz, as well as, let me get to it, a coloring sheet. And I have documented not the entire year journey, but a good bulk of photos of my hair journey when I started straightening my hair and then how I got it back to my natural waves. So I have yearbook style photos of my journey in this book, as well as here and here. And the final photo. And the reason why is sometimes we need to see something before it gets better. Think of a butterfly. A butterfly does not just show up out of nowhere. It becomes a caterpillar and it goes through a process to develop, and it looks kind of ugly for a while, but eventually one day it emerges into this beautiful creature. Well, that's the same thing with wavy curly hair. When you start your hair journey, sometimes it can look like a complete hot mess, and you have to push through those hard days until you get to that grand, great hair day. Now, another reason why I wrote this book to my 9-year-old self is when I was growing up, there were no products, there was no role models, and very little information on how to take care of my wavy curly hair. So for me, I needed to be able to write to my 9-year-old self. And I wanted other 9-year-olds, as well as 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds, and even 13-year-olds to know that they could learn to love their wavy curly hair no matter what stage it's in. So that way they could feel proud of themselves. And then they can always go back to their books. Now, before we go on, I have some tips I want to share with you. So in the next video, you're going to see some tips that I have regarding my third book in the series, What the Frizz, How to Take Care of Their Wavy Curly Hair, No Dry Brushing, starring the Frizz Girls. Stay tuned. Hey wavies and curlies, this is Stacy from the Frizz Girls, and as you can see, I have sopping wet hair I just got out of the shower. I did a wash day. So I washed with shampoo, and then I did a rice water rinse, and then I did a conditioner, and no leave-in today. Didn't really need the leave-in, so I skipped it. And then I'm gonna go in and brush my hair and do a little scrunch out. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and finish out this EcoSlay Jello Shot. There's not much left in this package, so I wanna finish this out. And then I'm gonna follow up with this Airfoam Mousse. There's not a lot of this left in this package, so I'm just gonna finish this as well too. Now, one of the misconceptions that most people have talked about, whether it's online, through friends or family, is not brushing your hair wet. And that's actually a myth. So for wavy, curly, coily, kinky hair, it is actually necessary to brush your hair wet. And the reason why is it's better for your hair. And if you want to know why we do not brush our wavy, curly hair, you need to go to my website, www.thefrizzgirls, and grab a copy of my book, What the Frizz, How to Take Care of Your Wavy Curly Hair, No Dry Brushing, starring the Frizz Girls, and find out why we don't dry brush. So I'm going to show you a couple brushes that I have that I use on my wavy curly hair that you can grab for your own hair. Now, the first thing you want to do is make sure your hair is sopping wet. You want to make sure that you just got out of the shower and it's wet. If you have low porosity hair, that means that your hair will actually dry a lot longer. So it may not take in water, and it may repel water. So you may have to coat it in more water. If you have high porosity hair like my hair, it just will soak up water like a sponge and it can stay wet. It's slowly starting to dry because you can see my waves in clumps forming, but that's for another video. So if you need to wet your hair, grab a spray bottle full of water and just go ahead and make sure your hair is saturated as much as it needs. So sometimes you'll be working on styling your hair and sometimes it'll dry really fast. You want to make sure your hair is wet. So I'm just going to go ahead and add more water, even though I really don't need it, to my hair. Then you're going to brush your hair. Now, for your hair, this is going to vary, okay? So for wavy or curly hair, you may or may not need to section your hair when you brush it. And the reason why I say that is depending on your hair, your texture, your density, and your porosity and length, some of you may need to section your hair and some of you may not. I have high porosity, high density, baby thin hair, and I have a lot of hair, and it's wavy. And as you can see, it doesn't look very full. But if you've seen it dry, it gets pretty full, especially in summer when humidity is in full force. So sometimes, and actually most of the time, I don't have to section my hair. But if you have thick hair or curly hair, you might have to section your hair out. So you might have to pull it up to brush it and clip it. So I'm just gonna do a fast section of my hair. I normally never section my hair because I'm lazy and I really don't need to. So you're just gonna pull it wherever you need to pull it and clip it out of the way. So I'm lazy, I never section my hair. I don't really need to, okay? When your hair is sectioned, and let me go ahead and clip this out of the way so you can see a little bit better. Okay, we do not care what we look like. We're over this, so don't worry about it. Okay, now you have different types of brushes that you can use. I'm gonna show you 3 brushes that I have, and most of the time I use 2 of the 3. And I'll tell you where you can grab these brushes. So this is the Scrunch It flexible brush. It goes like this. I got it off the Scrunch It website, okay? This is really good for a younger one that have tender heads because it kind of bends, okay? So this might be good for you. This is one of my favorites to use. This is the denim brush, so you'll notice it goes in columns like this. And when you brush actually with this, you want to actually brush vertically, not horizontally. That's actually a tip that I learned on TikTok. And this is another brush which I use all the time, which is the Bounce Curl Define Styling Brush. It looks very similar to the volume brush. So the difference between the Define Styling Brush and the volume brush is the spacing on the sides here. You'll notice that the spacing is a lot wider than the volume brush. The volume brush, it's gonna be a lot smaller and there's gonna be more of the spacing. And the reason why it is spaced here and here is this is going to help you form curl clumps in your hair to get those clumping sections. Sometimes with wavy hair, your hair you might brush it or comb it and it might look stringy and you might not form a lot of clumps. So this is a great option if you have wavy hair to form clumps. This looks great on curly and coily and kinky hair. Now I'm going to show you how I use all 3 brushes just so you can get an idea how to use brushes with my hair sections, even though I never section my hair. I'm just doing this for you guys. So you're just going to brush. And because my hair is sopping wet, I can pretty much go from root down the hair shaft. But for people who have maybe kiddos that have wavy curly hair and they feel like they get naughty, you're going to want to hold your hair at the mid shaft and then brush from ends up. Now, if their hair is sopping wet, usually you won't need to do that. But if it is naughty, do that. Now this is you can see this is just the denim brush. And I'm just going to brush vertically. And you can see how my brush just has a lot of slip, okay? So you want the brush to slide through the hair. The next brush is the Bounce Curl Define Styling Brush. What I like about this is I can pull it this way. And with this brush, you want to pull with tension and pull. And you'll notice you're forming clumps of hair, okay? You're going to pull and shake. And then you're going to start to form clumps of hair on your head. So we'll go and do this side. Everything's all whacked out and clipped up, but who cares? So we're going to pull. And to see, that's the clumps that are forming, okay? You're going to pull with tension, shake it out, okay? You can do this with or without leave-in, okay? So if you are one that uses leave-in when you are styling your hair, you're going to want to brush before you scrunch the leave-in out, as well as with the curl cream, okay? So I'm just going to pop the rest of my hair down and show you how I brush my hair without sectioning, okay? Now, if you section, you're going to want to go either from the bottom in the back up. You might divide the hair and do like the right side of the hair and clip that side up and then do the left side and then section out the left side. It is going to depend on the person or your hair. It's going to depend on length. It's going to depend on texture. It's going to depend on density and the natural wave pattern or a curl pattern. So if you have a kiddo that's biracial and they have a lot of hair and it's thick, okay, and it falls more on the curly side, you might want to section their hair out and brush it in sections because it's going to be easier to brush those sections out. If you have a kiddo that has wavy hair, you may not need to section the hair out. So it's going to depend on each kiddo's hair. You'll know as you look at that hair. Now I'm just going to take this hot mess down and just let it go. And I'm just going to shake it out, okay? Okay? So, and you can see I'm already forming clumps, but I haven't really brushed it, and I haven't used the Define Styler, and I haven't scrunched out the extra water. So now I'm just going to take this denim, and for me, I can run it horizontally. Why? Because it's sopping wet. But if your hair is not sopping wet like mine, either add more water or brush vertically. Sometimes you might put leave-in in your hair or your kiddo's hair, and you might not have a lot of slip, okay? Add more water. Now, sometimes if you noticed, it starts to get knots at the bottom of the hair. So down here at the ends, if you're having a hard time brushing the hair, even if it's wet, that means it's time for a haircut. So you're gonna have to take them to get a haircut and get the hair cut because it's time for a cut, okay? But if your kiddo is tender-headed, do not start at the scalp and try to pull down their hair because it's gonna hurt. You're gonna wanna hold the hair mid-shaft, okay? So about halfway through, you're gonna wanna brush through the ends, and then when it starts to get really easy to brush, then you're gonna work up the hair shaft, okay? You can brush underneath, or you can brush on top, okay? The purpose of brushing the hair is to have slip. You want the brush to glide through the hair. You want it to go through and get stuck. Sometimes if your hair is stuck, you need leave-in, you need more water, you need a haircut, and sometimes you might need protein in your hair. So it's gonna depend on your hair. Now, as you can see, my hair is thin, looks very thin, and I do not look like I have a lot of hair. I'm gonna show you the lazy way of how I brush my hair with the Bounce Curl Define styling brush, because I'm lazy and I really don't need to section my hair. And if your kiddo can't sit still for a really long time, the lazy way may work. And this is something you can teach them to do for themselves so they can start to learn how to brush their wavy curly hair. Now, if they're super sensitive, this might be a really good option because it's really flexible, and let them have fun and let them learn how to take care of their own hair. Because if you don't teach them, who else is going to teach them besides me? So let me show you how I use the Bounce Curl Define styling brush on my 2C3A wavy curly hair, sopping wet, no leave-in, okay? Didn't do any leave-in today. I'm just gonna grab a section and brush with tension and form clumps and then shake and let go. So I'm gonna grab another section, and I don't even care what happens to my hair because for my wavy hair, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to brush, pull with tension, shake and let it go, okay? Gonna brush with tension. All right, let's do this section since it wants to be a part of the brush. Just pull with tension. I'm brushing up because as you can see, I have long hair. Shake and let it go, okay? Find a section over here. I don't know what's going on. All right, we'll take this wonky section. Just brush with tension. You want to form clumps. Shake it out, baby. Shake it out. And as you can see, there's clumps already starting to form in my hair. Now there's clumps forming in my hair, but I'm gonna brush the side anyways too, so you'll get the full picture, okay? Just take a section, brush with tension, and shake it out. Brush, pull with tension, shake it out. Now, you may not need to shake it out if your kiddo has curly hair. So 3B, 3C hair, you may not need to do the shake. You may just need to do a brush and that's it. So it's going to depend on the hair texture. But because I have wavy curly hair, I fall more on the wavy side, but I do have some areas of my hair that is curly. I do have to brush and shake. So if you have a kiddo that has wavy hair, just have them brush and shake. And it doesn't have to be perfect, okay? Let them have fun practicing how to brush their hair. So, and if it looks funny, if it looks weird, who cares? This is how they learn. They have to practice. So just have them brush with tension and then shake their hair out, okay? Now that my hair has been brushed and shaked, I'm gonna go ahead and add in some EcoSlay gel and scrunch that out with my satin scarf, and also scrunch into some of this air foam mousse. Now, EcoSlay is a really great brand, and this has to be kept in the refrigerator. So all their products are like plant-based. So anytime you buy their products, except for Moonshine, they all need to sit in the refrigerator. Just a little FYI. Some gels will give you a cast, some will not, okay? I want to tell you this. Do not live and die by a cast. If your hair does not get a cast, it is no big deal, okay? Do not freak out. Oh my God, I didn't get a cast. Oh my God. It's not a big deal. I rarely get a cast anymore. I really don't care. Your hair is gonna be fine whether you have a cast or not. In several terms in this video, and you're probably wondering, like, Stacy, what do those terms mean? Well, guess what? You can also go to my website, www.thefrizzgirls, and grab a copy of my book, The ABCs of Wavy Curly Hair, starring the Frizz Girls. And what's really great about this book is it's not just an ABC book. So you might say, I already know the ABCs, or my kiddo already knows the ABCs. Well, that's great. But does your kiddo know the ABCs of wavy curly hair? And this is why. So for the letter B, we talk about B is for bonnet, brush, and breakage. Not only do we have the letter and the word, but we also have a picture. And in the back of this book, if you go all the way to the back of the book, there's something really, really cool in there. Well, there's a couple of really cool things, but the really, really cool thing is I've included a glossary. So all the terms that are in this book that I talk about regarding wavy curly hair are defined in this book. So if you don't know what breakage means, guess what? You don't have to Google it. You can just go to the back of this book and grab it. So hopefully this helps. Now there's some other cool books that I want to share with you. So stay tuned for me to pop back on and share with you those.
Hey wavies and curlies, I hope my video on brushing really helped you learn more about brushing your wavy curly hair, and I hope you found some really amazing tips in that video, because I'm sure they will help make your life so much easier. Now you're probably wondering, are you a wavy or a curly or a coily or a kinky? Well, that's a really great question. If you grab my book on my website, www.thefrizzgirls.com, you can grab the second book in the series, What the Frizz, How to Take Care of Your Wavy Curly Hair, Find Your Hair Type, starring the Frizz Girls. Because before the first time that you start to take care of your hair, you really need to figure out, am I wavy, am I curly, am I coily, or kinky? So how do I know? So when you open up this book, you will find in this book a couple cool, helpful things. And I'm sure your parents would really appreciate this as well too. So we have what's called the hair type chart. And in here, it will tell you and show you pictures. So what you have to do is look at the hair type chart and determine, what does your hair look like? So let me hold it close to the camera so you can see. So when you've determined what your hair type is, you'll know if you're slightly wavy or straight, wavy, curly, or curly, coily, or kinky. That'll make it easier to be able to buy products that are great for your wavy curly hair. Now, what's really cool about this book is, parents are gonna love this too, is we actually have a definition as well as a picture. So we talk about frizz. So what is it? So guess what? We have a simulation of a dictionary. So right here, you can actually read the word, what it is, see the pronunciation, read the definition, and how it's used in a sentence. So let me read it to you. So frizz is an adjective. It means having small, tight curls and not being smooth or shiny. And the way you use frizz in a sentence is, my hair goes frizzy if it gets rained on. So now we have a picture of Shayna, and Shayna will show you what her hair looks like when it gets frizzy. Doesn't she look funny? But you know what? Frizz is actually common and normal. And also in the back of this book is really, really helpful too, because we don't just have the hair type chart. We also have another fun little quiz, as well as another coloring sheet. And we also have our characters, and there they are. Rachel, Stacy, that's me, Shayna, Penny, Miranda, Keisha, and Cameron. And we are all going to teach you how to love your wavy and curly hair. So if you want to know more about the Frizz Girls, grab our books, or find out when we're coming to your city, you need to go to our website, www.thefrizzgirls.com, and follow us. You can also go to our website, www.thefrizzgirls.com, scroll to the bottom of the website, click on our YouTube channel link. If you click on our YouTube channel link on the bottom of the website, you'll be able to see lots of more videos that I have on how to take care of your wavy curly hair to help make it easier on your hair journey too. So wavies and curlies, I hope to see you soon. Have a great day. Bye.
And we're back. Wow, where was Stacy when I was growing up? And I remember sitting there with my long, thick, curly hair. Quit pulling it. Quit. Stop the brushing. Well, you'll have to get your hair cut. Finally, I just got my hair cut. Anyways, I am going to bring Stacy out, and I am also going to bring Rosemary out when she is ready. So, Stacy, I just love your story. This help is so needed. I wish I had it when I was a kid. What kind of feedback are you getting from the parents?
I'm getting really great feedback. I'm finding a lot of parents, millennials and Gen X's, will come up to me and say, I wish I had this when I was a kid. And I say, that's why I wrote them, is because I didn't have this information growing up. You know, growing up in the 80s, 90s, there wasn't a lot of products available. We didn't really brush your hair wet because the brushes really weren't available. We did not have the amount of products that we have now. And no one was really talking or appreciating wavy curly hair. So if you don't have the information, you don't have role models, and you don't have the products, how can you teach it to somebody else? And so it was kind of almost shunned upon on having wavy curly hair. But the response has been really, really great so far.
And here's another thing that I love about children's books is we're so supportive of each other, of the authors. And I met Stacy in Nashville at an author summit. And there's several people in this group who were also there. I know Helen, and who else was there? Oh, man, I can't even think right now, but Helen was also there with us. Jody, I met Jody at that event too. That's right. Jody feels like a sister now. It's hard to believe I just met her recently. So you are also in the group Book and Author, aren't you?
I'm in Book and Author. I'm in Kelly Likes Publishing critique group. We meet twice a week to critique our work, whether we're writing something or illustrating or both. So I'm just doing a lot to support other authors and illustrators on their journey, as well as getting, feedback for myself and support as well too. Because I feel like when you can support somebody else and give them feedback, whether it's on their artwork, their layout, their story, or just even marketing tips or suggestions, or things that you can see within their own business and how they can really take it to the next level, I find that can be very helpful, because sometimes what happens is we're in what's called the glass house, and we can see out and everybody else, but we can't always see in. So sometimes by being a part of all these different groups and opportunities, we're able to see things in our co-workers per se, other authors, other illustrators, and help them see what they're not seeing with whatever they're doing in their own business, and help basically shine a light on them for them to be like, oh, I never thought about that, or that's a great idea. I can change that. And when they reflect that back to myself, I can look back at what I'm doing and be like, oh, that's a great idea. I could change this, or I can understand why this graphic doesn't make sense, or this text doesn't make sense, or it helps you grow, especially when you work independently and you're as a self-published author, because if you're a self-published author, you don't always have the same type of support or others if you were going through like a traditional publishing house. Because if you're going through a traditional publishing house, you're going to have you might write your story, but then you're going to have an illustrator do it. And then you're going to have the publisher do the marketing and the book printing and all that. So other people are doing other areas where they have specialties. But if you're self-publishing and you're not specialized in certain areas, or you're weak, or you don't have the knowledge, you can get help from others to know what you're doing wrong, not necessarily wrong, but what you could do better and why. And also resources and where to go for printing, how to network, how to work with, how to get contracts written and so forth. So there's just a lot of ways that we can support one another as authors.
Yeah, I do writing classes for new authors, and what I love the most is the group brainstorming sessions, because in a one-to-one, they just get my feedback, but in the group sessions, they get the feedback of the whole group. So I'm going to put a plug in for that. I have a brainstorming session coming up Tuesday at 10. Go to pen2publish.fun and find out more about my writing program. I have individual and group writing classes coming up. And now I'm going to bring Rosemary out so we could close out the day. Isn't Rosemary just too cute?
She's adorable.
Uh-oh, your audio's not working, Rosemary.
I loved your videos.
Oh, thank you.
They were great. I take my curly hair out of a box, but I still enjoyed them.
Well, she probably gave you some styling tips for when you restyle them.
She did, actually. I'm going to try it.
Absolutely.
So, Rosemary, tell me, you've been on all day watching. Tell me some of the highlights to you. What were some of the highlights for you?
Well, first, Stacy's, I loved her videos. I just love how she does her videos. I follow her on YouTube. I also cried with Jody's. You know, I have read her books and I was very emotional with them. I just thought everyone was amazing today. Kenya, and I can't wait to get all of their books. And it was just a really great 2 days of amazing authors, really amazing. The stories were just motivating and heartfelt, and I'm so pleased to be part of this group.
I'm so happy that you are part of this group too.
Thank you.
And Stacy had mentioned networking. In this group, we all invite our friends who are also children's authors. I already knew Rosemary from Toastmasters, but then Rosemary brought one of her friends into the group. So I got a brand new friend. And like I said, I met Stacy in Nashville and Helen in Nashville, Jody in Nashville. Who else? Renee found us online and joined us and then brought Kenya in. It's just the networking, the meeting new people in this group, learning about new programs. I'm joining Book and Author because I met Helen and Stacy. If you are a children's author, if you know a children's author, tell them about our group because we really want to meet new people, get new ideas, and bring more people into the children's authors family because we're going to do this again in the spring.
Yay.
And then on that note, we also would love your feedback. Did you watch us and see something we could have done better? Did you watch us and see something you really like that you want us to do again? Then let us know. So the next time we come out with a 2-day event like this, we can make it bigger and better, invite more authors in, get more audience watching. I'd love to find out if you are watching this live or in the replay. Tell us where you are so we know where our videos are going, where our website is being seen. This will be really helpful.
I had a friend in Scotland who was watching.
Yay!
Yesterday, and I had a friend in London who was watching today.
Oh my gosh, we're international. Stacy, have you got any feedback on? We've been streaming onto probably 10 different social media accounts. Did you get any feedback from your social media?
Not yet. I haven't really looked. I was on Facebook all day yesterday and today. I was on TikTok all day yesterday until they decided I was not allowed to live stream today. So I don't know. I didn't get much feedback from there. But you know what? Here's the way I look at it. Ray Higdon said this a long time ago. I used to follow his teachings. And he said, when you are doing a video for people, you don't expect people to watch it right then and there. You want to talk to people as if they're going to watch the replay. So before lives even became a thing on Facebook, he was actually recording videos and uploading them. And he was doing this every day for like 12 years in his business. And over time, as more and more people got to know him and watch the content in his videos and were learning things from him, he started building a following. And as he built a following and more interest, he ended up building a company. And in that company, he taught others how to do the same thing. And so I learned from him in his videos how to apply this to myself. So even if people are watching, the live right now, or they're watching this maybe 2 weeks later or 2 months later, they're going to find the content in this video from every author extremely beneficial and helpful. And there might be an author in here or that watches this video that wants to be a part of our group for the next event in spring or in summer and so forth. We don't know what the results are going to produce. All we can do is plant that seed and let it go. It's going to grow on its own. How it grows, when it grows, where it grows, we don't know. All we can do is put the information out there, let people know that we as authors are available. Our books are all available on the website, www.childrensauthors.com. Just go to the website. You can look up every author. You can read all our little bios. You can click on the links to any one of our books and purchase any one of our books. You can contact all of us individually if you want more questions answered, if you want to book an author visit with either one of us, if there's something specific that one of us authors offer that you want to take part in. I know Francine mentioned that she has critique groups. So if you want to be a part of her critique group, you can reach out to her directly and get more information on that. I know Rosemary does visits as clowns, and you may want to contact her or talk to her more about her books, or any of the authors. You might want to contact me about hair care or wavy curly hair or an interest. We're all available to answer those questions at any time. You just have to reach out to us and let us know.
That is a good point. We love feedback. We love to talk to people. We love to read to kids. Mm-hmm. This is a great opportunity. If you saw somebody here that resonates with you, invite them to your next kids party. Invite them to your next children's event. As a matter of fact, every one of us would love to come and showcase our books and talk at your next children's event. Use this as a resource if you are doing any kind of children's programming, if you have any kind of a outreach program for kids. Use us as a resource. We are a wealth of knowledge and information and fun.
And also I want to share with, to go along with what Francine is sharing, is if you are an educator or an educator, someone in teaching or libraries that may not have heard of any of our books, but that would draw an interest, feel free to share this video and the information on our website, childrensauthors.com, and have them have any of the individuals reach out to us about, bringing us in to do a book reading, or grabbing our books and adding it to their library, or doing a classroom or assembly. Because sometimes we don't know all the librarians and educators that are out there that might be looking for somebody or the types of books that all of us authors offer, because they might not always be available in bookstore shelves or online on particular websites. So that's why we're also doing this event, is to make people aware that we as authors have a wealth of information and knowledge, as Francine brought out, but we also have the ability to coordinate with people in the education space about doing author visits and book readings and purchasing our books. So reach out to any one of us or any resources that we might have, and we'd be more than happy to step up to the plate.
Or let us know that you want to come talk to us on a Friday at 3:30 Eastern. We meet every Friday, 3:30 Eastern on Zoom, and we talk about how to get into more schools, how to get into more libraries, and how to do more authors visits. If you have an opportunity, let me know and I will get that link to you so you could come out and talk to us.
And also, too, to go along with that, Francine, if anyone has a service that they could offer or share that might be beneficial to the group, maybe such as maybe incorporating or incorporation versus LLC, if some of us self-authors are wanting to go that direction. If you are a company that offers print services for books or even promotional products to go along with books, or even plushies or dolls or toys, we'd love to speak to you and get more information about you and your company and how you can help us with our businesses. If there's any types of services or things that you can provide that might benefit children's authors in the children's author space, that appeals to more than one of us, we would love to be able to welcome you in to share your knowledge and your information, so that way we have at least the information of starting point for what we want to do. So maybe somebody's wanting to do plushies, but they don't know where to go or who to talk to. And maybe you've got plushies done and you have a recommendation of a company that you could share with us and can answer all our questions. We'd love to talk to you and get that information as well in the group, so that way those of us that are interested could take that information, decide if it's going to be a good fit and a good opportunity for our business as well as our books.
This is all about the networking. So I love that Stacy brought that up. If you support authors or small businesses in any way, let's network. And with that, it is 3:03. We did it, girls. We did it. Yay.
Yay, great job, ladies. Everyone was amazing.
I'm going to end the stream. Hope you enjoy.